See if I go live. Live. Okay. Well, hello. Let me set some my to go through my headphones. So I finished off stream. I finished intermediate blueprinting. I know I'm a trader. I'm a trader. I did it off stream. Uh, it was a and what we learned from that, from what I can from like how to do like enums and arrays and how to create items and how to pick up items and how to do all the inventory system stuff, right? Kind of cool stuff. But um so I started, I actually kind of wasn't planning on doing this on streaming today, but it's like, well, I've been streaming every day up to this point. Why won't I
You're
do
here
it now?
today because of an email you received from Matthew.
Okay. But my goal today, um is to just finish the advanced video, and I'll explain because I'm already like 15 minutes in. Like I said, I've been for some reason I wasn't necessarily planning on like streaming this, but I think it'd be kind of a waste because I've been documenting my progress this entire time until now, right? So yes, I finished intermediate. I kind of like I got the gist of it. I don't think I got the details of it, but I got the gist of it. And but the bright thing is, because I followed along with the project, I can always look back on the project and kind of use it as a reference point on how I'd like to try to make something based around it. And now we're on the advanced. And what he's doing right now is he's set up a cast. So let me show you for the VOD, I guess, right? So what we did was we basically made that door from the beginner tutorial. Okay, we didn't go through a ton of effort, so it doesn't have a mesh, so you can run right through it. But it's more or less the casting purpose, right? Where you walk up, does that, and it's doing everything through cast. Um, and so what he's working on right now that I kind of got to, right, is we are setting up a blueprint interface. So I think he's showing an alternative version on how to interact with items in the game. So instead of specifically casting, um, he's showing an alternative way, more or less. I think there's like the downsides or whatever. I think he says like not a very efficient method to do it. Like there's a much easier way to set it up by just doing like interface blueprints, and then you can almost do things faster because it's more of an efficient system. I'm not sure. 100% I'm not sure. But we just created a blueprint interface interact, right? So I'm literally right here at the beginning. Just so you guys know, this is where I'm at. Um, so I'm fuck. Sorry. So I'm curious to see kind of how he does this, and then I'm hoping that maybe I can utilize some of the things he's teaching me to maybe to try to make that mission system that I wanted to do yesterday before I left, right? Where I walk up to a contact, I press F, he tells me to pick up an item, and I know how to create items, right? I can at least I can go back to it and see how I did it in the intermediate to make items. So I can go pick it up, it'll disappear, and I guess I can go bring it to him, and then no, that's fine. It's dripping. Ooh, oh, it's a little hot. Is this chicken? Okay. Okay. Oh gosh. But the goal today is to finish this blueprint system. Unfortunately, it's my Sunday. I work tomorrow. So, I mean, as long as I stick with this, tomorrow we'll see how much time like free time I have to actually be able to do stuff or to work on something. I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow, unfortunately. Like I said, there just won't be enough time. I don't think. But we're gonna watch this and we're gonna get this done. I'm gonna see what this guy teaches me in the advanced. I'm gonna of course follow along and copy everything he does, so that I can come back to these 3 projects to kind of use them as reference points for, like, you know, future projects, right? Stuff I want to work on. So let's see. Do I know C++ yet? The only thing on C++ is I know how to do Hello World. I'm being very stubborn right now. Since he's only got one more video, I figured I'll just watch. I figured I'll just watch his last video. His last one. I'll make it. We'll see. I'm on that grind. But so like I said, I finished the intermediate. By the way, welcome back, Zombie. I think you spent more time watching these like dev videos than you did watching me play APB. My goodness. Okay. But we are on probably. I must have been fucking ass at that game. Okay. So I'm already 15 minutes into this one. And he's teaching me how to make blueprint interfaces. So we're making one to be able to interact with things. He was saying something about how like doing like the casting because we set up a quick one, which was like in the beginner. That he was saying something about how like casting is like really inefficient and that like interfaces are more effective ways to do things. We'll see though. We'll see. I'm hoping because he showed me because the way it ended. Actually, let me show you the project. By the time it ended, oh god. So let me save all. I'm gonna save all. Save this. I will load. I'll show you kind of the finished product of the end of that video. Because he taught me how to make UI, so I can make a UI now. He taught me it was like how to like pick up an item and make it delete from the world, but if I ran over to another item, it would like we would drop it, right? So it was a lot of really interesting information. Actually, I'm feeling pretty confident. Maybe being able to make something really basic. Maybe that's what I should do after this advanced one. Maybe I should try to make a really basic game. Like APB Reloaded, huh? Joking, it's a joke. But the only thing I still don't know how to do is to set like a quest or something. Or to like be given a task or to how to create a task because he's shown a bunch of interesting things, but nothing for me to kind of give me something to do. But oh my god, look at how my computer just kind of poops itself as soon as we load. Okay, so what we were able to do is that we have these items set to a specific category. So this is a consumable, this is a readable, and this is an attachable or equipable. Right, so when I pick it up, it pops up on there. I can scroll wheel, and it highlights. That was one of the big ones. And then if I left click, I consume it. My health comes up, and it disappears. Right. I can equip a hatchet. Put on my character. I can run over to the book. If I pick the book up in place of the hatchet, it drops the hatchet. And if I right click this, it brings up a little UI thing to being able to like read the book. If I were to scroll wheel to this one, I can pick this up, and it spawns in that inventory slot. So I you know, just some interesting basic stuff I learned. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Okay, but on to the advanced. On to the advanced. So do you do game dev stuff? You seem to be like really informed on like programming and whatnot. I don't know what you do anymore. Like holy cow. You seem to be pretty knowledgeable in all this advanced tutorial. I like how I did the BP underscore. I'm so fucking. Oh god. Oh no. I'm even titling my projects the same way I title all these other things they've been having me do. I went to college for game dev a decade ago, but I didn't really go anywhere job wise with it. It's only been recently that I picked it up again. Oh really? Okay, okay. Is that your New Year's resolution? Gonna pick up like game dev and actually like make something out of it? Because you seem to be, a little bit further ahead than me in terms of like information and knowledge. Okay, so let me bring up because we just made. So let me open this. The Blue Place interface interact. Okay, and then oh, I hate it when it does this. How do I actually? My God. Okay, let me try it again. Now there's nothing. The fuck? View changes? What if I control Z, control Z, control Z? No? Okay, so we got the class settings in this. How do I bring up? Where do I bring up the graph? I'm having to relearn everything that I've forgotten over the years. Okay. Just a side hobby fun thing? Okay, okay. Hey, if you make a game, yeah. I just I wanna get into it and I'm gonna make my own single player, never let anybody else play PvE. My God, how do I actually bring up the graph? View. So all pins. Friend. Nice map. Connect. Find. Edit. Yo, I'm so lost. Oh, making little things to learn. Okay, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's what I plan on doing. When I finish these 3 videos, I'm probably gonna try to make something like something really, really, really basic, like a catch game or something. I'm not sure, but let me well, before I do that, I need to be able to actually bring up. Okay, you know what? You know what? YouTube. YouTube will save me. How to bring up graph Unreal. Okay, maybe YouTube isn't gonna save me. Google Unreal Engine graph not showing. Event graph not showing. By pressing home. The home key didn't do shit. Reset the editor in the main editor window. Window load layout default editor layout. Okay. I'm so upset. I don't understand. I don't understand. Why does the event graph not even naturally show up? Why would that happen? What did I do to get rid of it? Output log, we got the content drawer command, blueprint, advanced, parent class. What did I actually fuck up? How did I fuck this up? Should be under the window? Should be under window? Well, we're... I don't really understand what I did wrong. Content browser, import, save, settings, files, show folders, show C. Window my blueprint. Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not. I'm kind of not. Um. I'm kind of dumb. Okay, let me see. Should be under the window. Window. Are you talking about like window, like Windows key, like Windows, or is there? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Hold on. Oh, window. Okay, and then you said my blueprint, right? Content, virtual worlds, virtual. Have a window at the top. My blueprint. Cinematics, content browser layers, world settings. So you're talking content. Import virtual production, world production. Load layout, save layout, remove layout, enable full screen. Default editor layout. Okay. When I'm in, right? My blueprint. Oh, I just have to open the function. That one, okay, never mind. I'm dumb. I found it. I found it. Oh wait, this says read only. Oh, never mind. I can modify it. Yeah. Cannot create new nodes in read only graph. Okay, so this is not where I wanted to go. Oh my god, I can't even get this window, my blueprint. Open in graph. Fuck. Why does it say read only? No, don't compile. Don't compile. Content drawer, PP interface. What? Dude, I should not have closed this. If I'd have known it was going to be this impossible. What timestamp am I in the video? It's we're at 15:54. 15 minutes and 54 seconds. Oh wait, he's only read only too. Wait a second. Wait, never mind. Never mind. I don't think I'm actually like fucked. I think he's in the same spot as me. Let me see what's going on. I think I'm kind of, like I said, I'm stupid as shit. Okay, okay. Never mind. Never mind. I don't think I'm actually as fucked as I thought it was. His stuff says read only also. So.
Allow you to create either functions or events. So in our case, the first thing that we're going to create is an event. So we want to right click to rename this. So if you double click or if you right click and click rename, we can rename this to interact event. Now it looks like a function, but we're going to actually add this as an event. So we want to hit compile and save. And then now let's go to our BP door interface. And now to...
Okay, 1 second. I need to bring back the BP door interface. I don't have that open right now. So once again, the purpose of what he's doing right now was we set up a basic cast like I did in the first one, where you just kind of cast your character and then like make it where if it's close enough or detects it's close enough, you can press E and do that thing. So he's trying to show me a different way, more or less, that he says is a more effective method.
Add that interface event to our door actor. I want to head over to the class settings. So if you click on class settings right over here, over in the details panel, down at the very bottom, we have this implemented interfaces. So this is where we can add that interface that we created. If you click this add, it will show a drop down of all the different interfaces inside of the engine. Now we're only interested in the one that we just created, so we can type in BPI underscore. And you can see that's the first one that pops up. It's very useful using that naming convention, the BPI. And so we can select our BPI interact. And now if we hit this little drop down, you should see we have that BPI interact under our implemented interfaces. Another thing that you're going to notice is down here on the left, under the My Blueprint tab, under the interfaces, you can see that we now have that interact event. And then also it wants us to compile our blueprint. So let's go ahead and compile and save our blueprint.
Okay.
So now we have this interfaces, this interact event. And so to implement this interact event on our event graph, all we have to do is double click. And what that will do is it will add this event interact event. So
right,
this is
but it
event
still does
interact
nothing,
event from BPI interact. So this is our blueprint interact event that we created inside of our interface. Okay.
Yes.
So you can see that this is event because it's red, it has this red color, and you can see that it has this interface icon. And then now what we want to do is, instead of using this E key right over here, we can delete that and just hook up our interact event to this flip-flop. So now we've just implemented our first blueprint interface to our door, and this will serve as our simple interaction system.
It
Now
still
all we
doesn't
have
do
to do
anything though,
is
right?
open up our character blueprint and call this interact event if we overlap with things like this door. So we're going to go to our content browser and go to our third person blueprints, and we should have our third person blueprint.
Slow down, mate. Slow down. I gotta follow along real quick. We're going to content browser, third person, blueprint. Okay.
Character class. So double click and open that up. And in here we have our very simple character blueprint. So anywhere in the event graph, we're going to go ahead and add the logic to interact. Now we're using the enhanced input system. You can see we have these input actions. So we're going to actually create a new input action for interacting. So to create a new input, we want to go to our content browser, and under the third person input, we have this folder for actions. And so we have things like jump, look, and move.
I closed. Fuck. Okay. Everything's up there. He went down to input actions. So let me open up the content drawer. Input actions.
And these are the same inputs that we have here on the character graph.
Right.
So we're just going to create another input like that. So in our content folder, we can right click and create a new, under the input, want to create a input action. So select that, and we're going to name this to IA for input action _ interact. And then just double click, open that up. And for this, under the triggers, we want to add a new trigger. And under this index, we want to click this drop down and
Slow up. I gotta find triggers. This dude's quick as fuck. Triggers. So we hit +1. So search, hold, and release.
choose the pressed option. Okay. So basically, if we press the interact key, it'll go ahead and trigger this interact input event. So we can close out of there. And lastly, we need to back out of this folder and open up our IMC default or our input mapping context default. So double click, open that up. And in here, we have this array. So if you hit the drop down, we have this array of inputs, input action jump, move, and look. If you hit the drop down, you can see the different keys that this input is bound to. So basically, this is for handling things like binding keys to our inputs. So in our case, we want to add a new mapping. And for this input action, we want to hit the drop down.
Wait, I didn't see. Okay, I can see the chat.
Select our IA interact or input action interact.
Oh, hold up. So he added one. Down here, we're adding IA interact. Okay.
Then hit the little drop down there, and we want to choose a key for our interaction.
Which is probably going to be E.
So
right?
If we click this drop down, we can search for the E key. Just type in E. If you scroll down, we should have the E key for our keyboard. So hit save. So now
oh
we
my
have
god!
that
Hold
interact.
on. That's I don't like the way that. It's so distracting with the highlighting. Interact on E triggers me. Well, I don't use it. F is probably forever going to be my interact key. APB's brain rot has affected me pretty aggressively. But for the sake of the tutorial, F is always kind of my interact.
Input action bound to our E key. So we can close out of here, and if we go into our third person character, we can right click and search for our input action interact. And so we want to add this under the enhanced action events. We want to add this event IA interact. So it'll look exactly the same way. It'll be the exact same way that we implement our movement inputs using the enhanced input system, like what is set up in the character blueprint. Okay, so we have our interact input. So if the character presses E on the keyboard, it will call this event. What we want to do here is we basically want to do sort of a trace in front of the character to check and see if we are near a actor that is interactable. So instead of using what we did for this other door where we had this box collision, what we're going to do is only when the player presses the interact key, we're going to do a trace in front of the character to check and see if there's an interactable object in front of it. And hopefully this will all make sense here in a bit. So off of this triggered, we're going to use the node called multi-sphere trace by channel.
Maybe if I spelled
So
it
what
right.
this node does is it allows us to do sort of a sphere trace in front of our character.
What's up, man? I'll eat it. I will. I'll take like a 10-minute break or something as soon as he finishes this course. No, I'm gonna eat it.
It gives us two locations, a start and end point. So for this, let's go ahead and right click and search for get actor location. So we're going to get our actor's location in the world, and we can just plug that in for the start and end. For the radius, this will be how big our sphere trace is. We can type in 100, and we can go ahead and just leave all of these as the defaults. Want to ignore ourself. We don't want to hit ourself. And then what we can do to visualize this is we can do a draw debug sphere. We have debug, draw, debug sphere. And for the center, we can hook up our actor location. For the radius, we can have the same radius as what we set here, 100. And for the duration, we can set this to maybe 1 second. So compile, save. We can go ahead and now test this out. So if we hit play, I press E.
Man, that's crazy. Okay. So I understand what he's trying to do. So instead of having to manually set it, so every single item that you want to interact with, you have to like manually cast a character. You just make it so the character automatically checks if there's anything interactable in front of them. Okay, I see. I see. That's cool. So let me. I'll save it. Let me see what he does.
You can see that it creates this sort of sphere trace around our character.
Okay.
And right now it's not checking anything, but it's just doing a trace. So if I press E, it's going to check and see if there's any interactable objects near the player. So that is our simple trace.
Okay, let me look and see if I did it right. Well, it's actually, I will say, I think some of the most fun things about like doing the whole development thing is actually seeing what you want to do actually happens. That's actually kind of satisfying. Especially because, well, I didn't actually think I did it right, but I did it right. Okay, we're good. Okay.
Now what we want to do is off of our return value, we want to
Hey,
do
what's
a
up,
branch.
Sin? Welcome,
Plug
welcome.
that off into a branch. So that will go ahead and check and see if we actually hit anything. Because if we didn't hit anything, we don't want to do anything. But if we did hit something, we want to check and see if it's interactable. So off of our out hits, this
You
actually
go hard,
gives us
bro.
an
Learn new
array
things. Yeah, buddy.
of different things that we hit.
Because it feels
So
like you're
if you
constantly solving some
overlapped
puzzle.
multiple
That's true.
different objects, it would be in
Yeah,
this
man.
list of arrays.
Hold on, I gotta pause it because he like sprints through things sometimes. He goes like really slow at one point and he sprints through others. But yeah, man. Hey, come up with a New Year's resolution, man. Come up with something new. Do something. You know, learn something new. Learn something new. I'm probably gonna abandon this 2 weeks from now. Okay, I know myself. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. So I gotta go back for a couple seconds because I don't actually know what he's talking about right now.
So if you hits, this actually gives check and see if it's interactable. So off of our out hits, this actually gives us an array of different things that we hit. So if you overlapped multiple different objects, it would be in this list of array. Now in our case, we're just going to keep things simple. We're going to just get the first thing that we hit. So we can do a get a copy, and that will just get the very first thing that we hit in this array. Okay, it'll get the first index. So off of this output, if we drag off here, we're going to do a break, and that will break the hit result. So off the break hit result, if we expand this, it gives us a lot of different outputs here, things like
Oh my
the
god.
location of where we hit it, hit actor, the thing that we hit, and a lot of other things.
So
in
hit
our
actor is a
case, what we
focus,
want
right?
to check and see is if the hit actor, the actor that we hit, we want to check and see if it's interactable. And if it is interactable, we want to call our interact event. So one way that we could do that is off of our hit actor, we can call our interact event. So now if we type in interact event, you can see we have this interact event message. Okay, so this is our
What happened
under
now?
our BPI interact event
Oh.
message, our interface. So if we select that, you can see that it gives us this little blue node, and it has sort of this mail icon. So we know that this is a interface message because it has this little
You can just
letter
do a single
icon.
full
So now we
stop.
can hook this up for the true. And so if we do a trace, if we hit something, we're going to check and see if that hit actor implements this.
Well, I think it doesn't have to stay open, right? I can just simplify it now and bring it back down. Yeah, okay, so it doesn't have to stay ugly like that forever. It's just all of the possibilities that can come with that one thing is kind of blew me around for a second. I was like, oh, that's huge.
This interface interact event, and if it does, it will call this interact event on that actor. And in our case, it will call on our door interface this interact event, which will open or close the door.
Okay.
So let's compile and save this. And now what we should do is let's delete this door. And let's go to our
fuck.
blueprints, door. And let's make sure we drag in the correct door. We have our BP door interface.
One
And
second.
you'll
1 second, mate. 1 second. Oh, I gotta open up, go to door, BP door interface, right?
notice that this one does not have the collision boxes. So it's purely using our interact interface. Let's go ahead and hit play now. And you can see we press E. That does our little trace. So let's walk up to the door and press E.
Oh, it
You
does.
can see that it overlapped with the door, and it called that interact event, which called our timeline to rotate the door open. So if I press E again, you can see that we can close the door. So all this is doing is it's checking and seeing.
Okay, let me see if I did it right. Let's see if I didn't fuck it up, huh? Let's go. Oh shit, hold on. Let me move it over to this window. Okay. So spam it a little. Yeah, buddy. Okay. Oops, I didn't put collision on. Oh, it works. That's cool. That's fun. I can see it being a much easier way. So instead of having to manually make set it specifically the cast to see if it's close or not, I can just set this one function up and then make everything I want to be interactable just kind of react. That's kind of interesting. I can see it saving a lot of time. Simplify the process a lot. Okay.
If the actor that our trace overlap implements this interface interact event, and if so, it will call that interact event inside of our BP door interface. Now, this is a very efficient way of adding an interact system, because now we could even create multiple different types of actors to add this interaction system. So for example, I could add things like a light or a lamp that we could interact with, and we could turn on the light, toggle it on or off. I could also create things like a vehicle system so that when I interact with the vehicle, I could drive it. Or I can create things like item pickups so that when I interact with the item pickup, it will add the item to my inventory. So basically we can use the same exact input key, and we can use all the same logic and the same interface event for multiple different actors that we want to interact with. So it's
That's
very
crazy.
reusable and flexible. And we're going to actually implement a lot more different interactable actors with this same interface here in a second. But now let's go ahead and I'm going to show you guys firsthand the differences between casting and using interfaces. So if we go into our content drawer here, I'm going to dock this in layout, you can see that we now have these two different door blueprints. One of them uses casting and one of them uses interfaces. So the difference with casting is if we open up our BP door casting, so whenever you use this casting node, if you hover over it, you can say that note, this will cause the blueprint to always be loaded, which can be expensive. So basically, whenever you use this node, it will load that blueprint, whichever you're casting to. So in our case, the third person character, it's going to load that into memory, which is not ideal. So for example, if I had multiple different types of weapons or items, if I had different AI, if we're casting to all those different types of objects, it's going to cause that blueprint to always be loaded into memory. And so what you end up is when you're using casting in your game, you're going to end up loading your entire game when you click the play button.
Hell no.
Because you're casting to the character, you're casting to this object, you're casting to this AI, you're casting to this item. And what it ends up doing is it ends up loading your entire game into memory, even when you're not using certain items, certain weapons, or interacting with certain AI. So the cast node is very dangerous because it creates this hard reference and it loads it into memory. And there's two different ways of visualizing this.
Oh my
If
god,
you
why
go
is that
to
so
your
spicy?
third-person
Why did you make
map
it so
in the
spicy?
content folder, you have two different methods. We can use the size map. We can also use the reference viewer. So if you right click this BP door casting, you can see that we have a reference viewer and we have the size map. So first let's cover the reference viewer. So if we click on that, it will open up this new tab called the reference viewer. And basically this is sort of like a graph. So you can scroll in and out. You can use a right mouse button to pan around. And over here, we can see we have these different nodes here on the graph. So the first thing that you should note is this is our BP door casting. So you can see this is our game blueprints BP door casting. And you can see we have these arrows that point to these other different assets. So we have first the standard macros. So we're referencing the standard macros library. We'll cover that later on in this video. We're
What the
also
fuck?
referencing
I literally
things like
don't have that.
meshes. So we're using this static mesh door.
Yo, what? This is mine. I don't have that standard macros. And he doesn't have the third person map. Why does mine look different? What did I fuck up? How did I fuck up? What? Everything else is right. Why is mine different than his? Is it just because his is a what 5.3 and mine's 5.5? Is it just because it's just the I don't know.
frame, and that's
I don't,
okay.
I don't know
'cause
where I
we're
got
gonna
that
need
standard
those
macro.
for our door. But you can also see that we have this arrow pointing to our third person character. So because we are using that cast node, we are now referencing and creating a hard reference to our character. Now, if we compare this to our interface, if we right click and show the reference viewer for our door interface, you can see that we don't have that reference to our character. We're just referencing
The
our standard
BPI
macros,
interact.
and we have this BPI interact.
What does he have for standard macros? Once again, I don't have mine on his. I've been following the tutorial. Where did the macro come from? That must be from he must have like taken like recorded at a different time or something.
Interact, we're referencing that interface, and then we're just referencing our door and door frame mesh. Okay, we don't have that reference to our character because we aren't casting inside of this door interface. So this is one easy way to see if you are referencing other blueprints where you shouldn't be and where you should be rather using interfaces, okay? Because you
Okay.
really shouldn't see any other blueprints that are being referenced by your blueprint class. And this is just a great way to visualize and see all the things that your blueprint is referencing. So the other thing that we want to do is we want to check and see the size map. So let's go to our door casting. If you right click and if we select the size map, this is going to bring up this size map window. And
Oh,
so the
alright.
things that you need to note over here are the name. So we have BP door casting. So you can see that is 212 megabytes.
Why is his bigger? Mine's only 203 megabytes. Well, it's gotta be those macros. It's gotta be those macros. It must be those macros.
And this is for our disk size, okay? So this is showing the disk size. So inside of our BP door, you can see that is referencing our third person character blueprint, which is 200 megabytes. And in that character, we have things like the mannequin mesh, which is 200 megabytes. And you can see that the mannequin mesh is referencing things like these textures. You can see
Oh
this
my
is
God,
16
so it just all
megabytes, 18
stacks up?
megabytes. So this shows us sort of the different files that are made up of this blueprint. And so this is how much memory this BP door casting, how big it is on the disk hard drive. We can hit this drop down and we can click memory size. And so what memory size is it shows us how much this blueprint will cost to load it into our memory when it's actually spawned or placed in the level. So when we're hitting play, this blueprint will be loaded into our memory. It's going to cost us 127 megabytes total. And so now you can see we have this third person character. So because we are casting to our third person character, it's now loading this character in memory. You see third person character. And then we also have things like this door mesh. So you can see our static mesh door. We have things like the normal map, which is 5.6 megabytes. Then we have this door frame, which has things like the frame normal map and the material. And so you can see that this door casting is just 100 megabytes total. And we're referencing the character because we're casting to it. Now, if we compare this to our other blueprints, to our door interface, if we right click our door interface and click on the size map, you can see that the size is 17 megabytes in memory. If we go to disk size, you can see that it's 4 megabytes
Oh my God,
on the
it's
disk. Okay?
so much smaller.
So if we go, head over to the memory size, you can see that the only thing in this blueprint door interface that we're referencing is our door frame. There's a couple of different things down here, but you can see they're very small, so it's hardly taking any space, okay? But you can see the main things that make up the 17 megabytes of memory are things like these textures. So if we compare this size map to our casting, go to the size map, you can see that's 127
versus
megabytes of memory versus
this size, 3.8
17 megabytes of memory. And that's because
versus 200 megabytes.
in our BP door casting, we're referencing the entire third-person character. So it's forcing that character blueprint to be loaded into memory. And so you can see that it's taking a lot more memory than our BP door interface, which is only 17 megabytes of size.
Yo, that's
Let's
fucking
go ahead and
nuts.
look at another example.
Why
So
would
if
you
we
ever
go to
do
our
that then? Why would you even
third-person,
teach me that?
folder and blueprints. If we right-click our third-person blueprint and click size map, you can see the size map for our third-person character. So it's showing our third-person character is currently using 110 megabytes of memory. We can show disk size as well. You can see that the disk size is larger because we have things like textures that are large in size, 16 megabytes, 19 megabytes. So we go back to memory size, you can see all the things that this character is referencing. Again, things like the mesh, character mesh, all the textures. Now if we go to our third-person character, and instead of using this interact event, let's say we unhook this, and off of this hit actor, we do a cast to BP door interface, or even we could do a cast to BP door casting. So say we were using a system where
Hold on. Get, break hit actor, cast.
we're checking to see if this hit actor is a door interface, and then we're checking, and then if that fails, we're checking to see if it's a door casting. And then if that fails, we're going to cast to another class, and so on. Say we were using some sort of setup like this. If I hit compile, save, and if I go back and right-click my third-person character and look at the size map, you can see that it now references in our character this blueprint door interface. So because we're casting to it, it's now referencing it in the size map, and you can see it's loading this into memory. So if I were to even delete that door from the level,
It's still
and if there
loaded.
were any doors, any of these blueprint doors in our level, it's still going to load that BP door when we load up our character. Okay, whenever our character is loaded into memory, this is also going to be loaded into memory as well, even if we don't have any of these doors spawned in our level. So if you can see, if we are casting to many different types of blueprints, it's just going to load all those blueprints all at once, and our character is going to be massive in terms of how much memory it's going to take, because all of the different blueprints that we're referencing and that we're now loading. Okay, so it has nothing to do with it actually being spawned in our level. All it has to do is if we are just using this cast, that's forcing that to always be loaded. So that's why casting is very bad, because you're going to load that blueprint into memory. You're going to create a reference to that blueprint at all times. And even if those items or blueprints aren't spawned in the level, this class, because it's using that reference, will force it to be loaded into memory. So it's always best to delete your cast and instead use a interface like this. If we compile, save, and go back to our third-person map, right-click our character and use the size map, you can see that we now cut down our memory size, and we got rid of that reference to that door blueprint. So hopefully by now you understand that casting is very bad, and you visualize firsthand how casting can affect the memory and loading of other blueprints in your project.
So basically,
and now you have a
when
very
possible.
good method of checking certain blueprints to see if they are referencing other blueprints, also to see how much memory it takes on the disk and during runtime. Okay, so a very useful tool again is to use that reference viewer and the size map, because that will show you if those blueprints are referencing other blueprints that are unnecessary and don't need to be referenced. And again, if you use interfaces instead of casting, when you design your game or your project, you're not going to have to worry about hard referencing or loading other blueprints in memory, and your project will be a lot more optimized compared to a project that uses casting. Now, I want to make a quick disclaimer about casting because you as a viewer might be wondering, why do they have casting inside of the engine if it's bad, if it creates a lot of actors or blueprints to be loaded into memory? Why don't they just remove that node from the engine? Well, it's actually not the end of the world if you use the cast node. For example, in some of my projects and even some of my tutorials, you may have noticed that I use the cast node. For example, if you look at something like my first-person zombie game tutorial, a very simple 5-hour tutorial where we create a zombie game, you have one item, which is your weapon, and then you have one AI that you have to fight. It's just a very simple game, and so for that specific game, I used casting because there's not a lot of content in the game itself, and pretty much all of the actors or blueprints are going to be loaded into memory anyway, so I can cast between them, and it's just a very simple game. It's not going to have more mechanics or more different weapons, just one specific weapon, and the purpose of that game was to just teach you some of the basics of the engine. So in some circumstances, you can use casting. Like for example, if you have a very simple game with only a few items and one level, it makes sense to use casting. It just depends on the scope of your game or your project. But again, if you were to use casting and then scale that game up, like for example, if we were to add, say 100 items, now you're going to have some issues because you're going to have all those items or multiple different AIs, different weapons, different characters, and then you're going to have some issues where you're loading lots of items or different things into memory that, for example, you might not be using at the current time. So obviously, if you're going to have a much larger project, it makes sense to use interfaces instead for performance reasons. So we've talked about the benefits of using interfaces. Let's show you some more different examples of how to implement interfaces so that you become more comfortable with using them in your future games and projects. So we set up a very simple interaction system for our door, and we're using this BPI Interact interface. So again, I want to stress the fact that interfaces are very flexible and reusable for other different types of blueprints. So we'll go back to our blueprints folder. We're going to add a interactable light that we can toggle on and off using the same interface event. So if we right click and create a new folder,
Okay.
we're going to name this to lamp and just double click and open that up. We're going to right click and create a new blueprint class of the type actor and just name this to BP_lamp. So just double click, open that up. I'm going to actually close all of these other
Oh god,
windows that I have open.
that's spice.
So I should just have the third person map and our BP lamp open. And then in here, we can add something like a static mesh component. And under the static mesh, we can search for lamp. So we should have this SM lamp ceiling. And I'm actually going to rotate this. So if I press E, I can rotate this 180 degrees. So it's sort of standing up. And we have this little light bulb, but we need to add a point light that we can toggle on and off. So select the default scene route and click the add and hit the drop down and search for point light. We'll select that. Now we just have to move this up so that it is placed right inside of the lamp. So you can see that this is enabled or visible. So if we select the point light and in the details search for visibility, we can uncheck that and that will go ahead and hide that light. Okay, so
Okay.
file, save that. So the light will be off by default. And then in our event graph, we can go ahead and set up our interaction event or our interface. So delete all this. You don't need all those different nodes. So again, to implement the interface that we created or our interact interface, you just want to go over to the class settings. Then down here in the implemented interfaces, we can click the add and search for BPI_.
Okay, I looked away for like 2 seconds.
Created or our interact interface. You just want to go over to the class settings.
Okay, I see.
Then down here in the implemented interfaces, we can click the add and search for BPI underscore, and we have that BPI interact. So now compile and save that. And now under the interfaces, we should see that interact event. So now just double click that, and that will go ahead and implement that event on our graph. And now we can use off of here, whatever logic that we want to set up for our interaction. In our case, what we want to do is we want to set the visibility of our point light to be on or off. So off of here, we're going to do a flip flop. So switch flip flop. So just like our door, A will turn the light on, B will turn the light off. So we want to get our point light on the graph and do a set visibility off of our A. We can hook this up to new visibility is true. And then off of our B, we can do this to set visibility. That up for the B and set this to false. So compile, save, and that's pretty much it. So if we go to our
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to, I'm like messing with the way it looks. I made it look a little organized. Organized to me. Maybe not to you guys, but organized to me.
our level and drag in our lamp, hit play. We can run up to our lamp and press E. And you see that it turns on the light. If I press E again, it turns off the light. See, I interact over here. We don't hit anything. But if I go ahead and run up to the lamp and press E, it will call that interact event. Press E, it will turn it back off. And this will work for all of our other items. So if I have things like our door, I could drag in our door interface. So our BP door interface. You can add it over here and press play. And now you can see we can interact with our door and also our lamp because they implement that same interface. And we're using that same interact logic where we do this trace. And if that actor implements the interface, then we call that interact event. So this is very flexible because I can implement this interface. I can add it to any other Blueprint actor. And then we can add that event on the graph and we can program in different interactable logic. So if you had things like a chest, you could animate the chest opening up or close. If you had things like a car, you can set up the interact event for that car so you could drive the car. You could also do things like set up different weapons on the ground or items that you can pick up so that when you call that interact event on the item, you'll go ahead and add that item to the player's inventory. So there's a lot of different things that you can add by just using that same interface event and implementing it in whichever blueprint or actor that you want to interact with. And again, the neat thing about this is if we go to our lamp, right click, and look at things like the reference viewer, you can see that it's referencing things like our standard macros, our interact interface, the lamp mesh, this little light arrow texture, but it's not referencing our third person character. And again, if we go to things like the size map, you can see that it's just using 11 megabytes of memory, and it just has things like this lamp, static mesh lamp ceiling, we have the material and the texture. So we don't have things like the character because we're not casting to the character or anything like that. So now you know how to use interfaces to add things like interaction. Let's actually use this interface and modify it so we can do things like retrieve variables and modify variables between two different Blueprint classes. So for example, we're going to create something like an ATM machine. And when we run up to this ATM machine, we're going to check and see our balance. And what that will do is it will check a variable on our player character and retrieve the variable information and display it on the screen. Okay, so we're going to use interfaces to retrieve variables and sort of communicate those values back and forth. So to make our ATM machine, first we need to go ahead and import our mesh. So first things first, let's in our content folder, let's create a new folder for meshes. and just double click in.
Well, where's he at? Just straight up in the content folder? Okay. Meshes. Okay.
Open that up. And then you want to go ahead and download the project files in the description of this video. So I have.
God damn you. You know, I'm going to use these. I'm going to use all these assets he's making me download in a game. I'm going to set up a game using exclusively all of these assets he's making me download. I'm going to make an ATM simulator. Fuck it. Goddamn. I got the Blueprint Beginner, we got Blueprint Advanced, and then I think Intermediate's like in the random folder. Oh, wait, no, I don't think I had to download any intermediate stuff. Oh, no, I think I did. I think I did have to download intermediate stuff. I don't think I was safe from that one. So, let's follow along and download these things.
This BP Advance file that you'll download, you just right click and do extract all, and then you'll get the extracted files. Okay, and so in here you want to open up the ATM folder, and we have this 3D model and then this texture. So just import the model into there. It'll pop up with a bunch of settings. We just click import all, and it has all these warning messages.
In the meshes? Did he make an ATM folder? No, he's just dropping it right in the meshes.
So just import the model into there. It'll pop up with a bunch of settings. We just click import all, and it has all these.
Wow, did he do both or just one?
So just import the model into there.
So it's just the model.
It'll pop up with a bunch of settings. We just click import all, and it has all these warning messages. We can just not.
1 second. Okay. Once again, he only took model.
Not worry about that. So imported the mesh and the material. We can also drag in the texture and import it in.
Dude, why would you do that one at a time? Bruh.
That folder, and it should be done. So let's go ahead and do a file save all.
We're not gonna fuck with the jackpot thing yet, I think.
To really quickly just set up the material, just double click at material and delete this parameter, and just take our texture here and drag and drop it on the material graph. Hook up the RGB to our base color and click save.
Hold on. Fast. Texture. Yeah. I'm assuming he just put it on the base color, right? I was looking away.
Hook up the RGB to our base color and click save. And now we should have our ATM mesh set up. So you can see we have this very simple ATM mesh. Actually delete that. But we want to go ahead and create a blueprint for this ATM. That way we can set up the interaction logic for when we check things like our balance or when we grab that variable from our player character blueprint. So in our content blueprints, let's in here create a new folder, and this will be called ATM. And double click that, and we're going to right click and create a new blueprint class. And we're going to choose the actor type, and we can just rename this to BP_ATM. Okay, so our ATM blueprint. So double click and open that up. And in here, we're going to add a new static mesh component. That can just be our ATM mesh. And in the static mesh, in the details, we can hit the drop down and choose our ATM mesh.
God, I'm like, I can't keep up. My computer doesn't run that fast, man. I'm having difficulties because I gotta wait for everything to load for like a brief second, and he's just like
mesh.
Okay.
Now we just need to add a little bit of text on the screen. So basically the text will show us our balance or check our player's balance, how much money the player has. So we can just use a simple text renderer. So a text renderer component, you see that it adds this text. So we can move the text around. We can even rotate the text by pressing E and rotate it 90 degrees so it faces the proper way. And we can even do things like scale the text down. So I press R, I can scale this down and move it something like that. Okay, the placement doesn't have to be too perfect. We just place it somewhat in front of the screen like that. And we can also change things like the horizontal alignment. So I want to change that to center. That will center align the text. And we can change the text as well. We could type in balance. And then we could add things like a colon. And let's duplicate this text again and move that down. Move that.
Hold on, man. Once again, you're just a little too fast for me, mate. Especially since I'm trying to make my stuff. Okay, and then he copy, paste. Okay.
Forward. And then in this text, we can name this to press, then in brackets E. So press E, that will go ahead and check your balance. So compile and save. And let's actually rename that press E.
So I don't know how he did it where it's in the center. Oh, let's see. So location scale. I'm not worried about the scale he set up. I don't care about the scale that much. I'm only interested in this. Did -7. Okay, yeah, I see. So that's how we did it. Okay, but I'm not too worried about that now. I set mine up. He set his up. We have the same thing, just slightly different.
Text. So rename this component. Right click, rename that to.
I was I was just saying, he keeps making me download all these assets. I'm gonna make a game using exclusively all these assets he's made me download. I'm about to make a fucking bank game. Goodness. So he's renaming things.
Money amount.
Okay, so press E. Renaming to money amount. Literally what I was just saying. It's kind of funny. Okay, why didn't that save? Rename. Okay.
Because we're going to change this text later on. So when the player runs up to this and presses E, we're going to change that text to show.
Oh, yo, that's crazy. Hold up. You put it in brackets. God damn it. Do I really need to follow specifically what he's doing? No. Do I want to? No. But I am. I'm going to. Okay.
How much money the player has and their balance. So now if we head over to the event graph, we have these different events
Just delete
that
these, right?
come default to the actor class. We can go ahead and delete those. We're not going to use those. But what we want to use instead is our interact event. So if we go back, we have our interfaces, BPI interact.
Shit.
We're actually going to modify this interact event here in a second. Let's go ahead and add it to our BP ATM.
Uh-huh.
So remember, to implement an interface, you just go to class settings, and down in the implemented interfaces, we can hit this drop down and search for BPI_interact. Now we'll go ahead and add it down here. So let's compile, save that, double click, and now we'll go ahead and implement that interface. Now what we want to do is we want to add some sort of money variable to our character so that we can pass it to this ATM. So let's go to our blueprints. Actually, down in the third person, we want to go to blueprints and open up our third person character. And down here in the variables, we can add a new variable, and this will just be called money. We want to change the variable type to an integer, compile and save that. And then we could set this to maybe like $400. So that's our player's current balance. So we have this integer variable inside of our third person character. How do we actually retrieve variables using an interface event? So for example, when I go up to this ATM machine and if I press E, if it implements that interact event, this event will get called. But how do I actually pass variable?
Let me see if I can solve this before he tells me. Let me see if I can, if all this shit he's been teaching me, let me see if I can solve it. Because I've done things. Oh, hell. So if I wanted to, so it'd be a print string. I'm thinking, okay, because I could say get health or get money. Oh no. Okay, I could do set money amount. That's not what I'm looking for. It'll be something like print string. To text it, right? But I don't think he's trying to text it. I think he's trying to make it so that it pops up on the ATM, right? Fuck, I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to. Let me think for a second. I want to see if I can solve it before he does it, or if I can get like on the right path to what he's about to do. It'd have to be an input, right? Enable input flash request, set input modes, get player controller, player. Oh, what if? Money. Okay, so I don't think I think I'm close. So instead of get player to controller, it's get ATM. Oh, fuck. Shit. The thing is, it's health. Where did I put it? Third person, right? Third person is one that has the money, the $400. So if I walk up and press get, I'm pretty sure it's get third controller. Because he's the one that has money integer. I literally labeled as money. Remove tick prerequisite actor, add tick for money. Fuck. No, I don't know. I might be barking up the wrong tree on this. We'll just see what he says.
Through this interact event. Well, there's many different ways of doing this. So if you go to this interact event, we could select this interact event function, and we could add things like inputs or outputs. Now, because we're using this as an event, we're only going to use inputs. So if I add an
wasn't
input
even
here, I
close.
could change this
I literally wasn't
to
even
type
close.
integer, and I could, rename this to money, right? So that could work.
But how could you connect it to
Now,
the
if I
other
go
player?
back to our BP ATM, you can see that we have that input. So we can now fetch that variable, and in our third person character,
Oh, 1 second. What? Oh, I didn't compile. Yeah, okay, it's there.
if we go to that interact event, I can hook up our money variable to that money input right there. Now that would work, but
Oh.
the one thing about this is in our lamp, BP lamp, you can see that we now added that pin money. And we're not even going to be using that in this blueprint lamp. And even things like our door blueprint. So if I open that up,
So
you
that'll
can
try
see
to
that I
access
added
money
that
also.
pin input there. And we're not
Okay.
even using that input there. So you can see we could add like a bunch of different variables to this event, but for things like these doors and these lamps, they're not going to be utilizing some of those variables.
Mhm.
So how do we utilize interfaces in a way that doesn't just pass every single variable that we want into other different blueprints that don't necessarily need them? So one way that we could handle that is if we go back into our BPI interact, instead of passing a variable input of the exact variable that we want, we could just pass a reference to our character. So if we hit this drop down, we can search for character. And we want to add just a normal character object reference. Okay, we don't want to add a third person character reference. We just want to add a normal character object reference. And then we can rename this to character ref. So compile and save. And now if we go into our door interface, you can see that we now have that character reference. And this is just a normal character object reference. Okay, this is not our third person character. But now what we want to do is we actually want to create a second interface to retrieve things like money. So let's go into our content folder, and in our blueprints interfaces, we want to right click and create a new blueprint interface, and this will be called the
Blueprint interface. We're making a new blueprint class?
BPI under
Hold on, I need to go back for a
Blueprint.
second.
blueprint interface.
Blueprint interface.
And this will be called BPI underscore character. Okay, so this will be our interface just for our character blueprint. Let's do file, save all, and let's double click and open that up. And in here, we can add a new function, and we can name this to get current balance. So this will get our current balance, and then in the details here, we can just add a single output, and we can change this output type to an integer, and now we can rename this to money. Okay, so compile and save. So now you can see on the graph we have this get current balance, and we have this return node which has an output of this variable type integer, and it's named money. So if we
Okay.
go to our third person character, we can now implement that BPI character interface. So we go to class settings. Under the implemented interfaces, we can add the drop down and search for BPI underscore, and we can select our character interface. So now if we compile and save, you can see down in the interfaces, if we expand that, you see we have this get current balance. So this is an interface function.
Yeah.
If I double click that, you can see that it opens up this function, get current balance, which has its own little graph, similar to any
And I can
type
modify
of
this
function
one.
that you would create inside of a blueprint.
Okay.
So in our
What is
case, we
that,
have
a
this get
ruler?
current balance, and then we have that return node, which outputs the money. So we can just hook up our money variable and return that like so. So compile and save. And now what we can do is, now that we implemented that interface for our BPI character, we've implemented this function get current balance. Now we just need to call this function get current balance off of our character. So if we go back to our BP ATM, now off our interact event, because we have that reference to the character
Mhm.
that is calling this interaction,
Yeah.
we can call that get current balance
That's-
interface. So You can see it's BPI character and get current balance message.
Check current balance message.
And now you can see we're calling this interface off of that, and we're returning this.
Fuck. So I was trying to find something I hadn't even set up yet. Is basically what it was, because that's what I was trying to do. I was like, oh, get money, get the money reference, but I didn't. Fuck. And I just didn't know how to do that yet. Fuck.
This variable, which is the balance. And this is super helpful because now we don't need to use or add multiple different variables in this interact event. We don't have to make it very cluttered with all of the variables that we want to pass through.
Right.
We can instead add functions inside of our BPI character interface that will return the specific variables that we want. And then in those blueprints, we can call those interfaces.
So instead of cluttering the graph, we're just cluttering our menu over here.
And
Got
retrieve those variables when we need them. So now with our ATM, what we want to do is we want to display our balance on the screen. So we basically just want to set this money amount,
switch to something
text
else.
render component, to the balance that we retrieve right here. So to do that, we can get our money amount component and do a set text. We have the set text function, so select that, hook that up like so.
Ah, fuck.
And then for the value.
Hold on, mate. I misclicked. You big dumb.
Okay. We need to do a little bit of formatting. We'll drag over here and do a format text. And for the format, we want to do a money sign, $sign. And then we want to add squiggly brackets and put our cursor in the middle of the squiggly brackets and type in money and press enter. I'll go ahead and add a pin. So basically it will format the text. So the $sign in front, and then whatever we input into this pin will be right here. So we want to take this integer and we want to do a toText. So we have this toText integer.
Hold on, mate. Everything's like squeezed together on mine. I tried to keep mine condensed. Okay. Text. Oh, his is an integer. I didn't do the integer one. Do text integer. And
now it converts that integer into a text value, and we can plug that into our money like so.
Yes.
So compile and save. Now if we browse to this item, or if we go to our Blueprints ATM and drag this into our level, let's go ahead and I'm going to test this out and show you guys one thing. So I go and press E. You can see that it's saying our balance is 0. Okay, so
well, hold on. Let me see if I did it right. I did do it right. That sucks. I feel so dumb. I probably would have had I probably had to have like tried to solve it before seeing what he did. Mine would have been so convoluted and so fucked up.
Why is it saying that our balance is 0? We go to our third person character, select our money. You can see that our balance is set to 400. So why is it that is showing our balance is 0? Now, if you go back to our third person character and to the event graph, you can see that we're calling this interact event, and we don't have anything hooked up for our character reference. So what it's doing in that ATM is it's trying to call this interface, but it's failing to do so because we don't have the reference set up. So off of this character reference, we want to do a get reference to self. And now we're passing the reference of our character over to whatever thing that we're interacting with. And then in that blueprint ATM, because that reference is now valid, we can call that get current balance, and that will return the money variable and set it on the screen. So now if we hit play, you can see that our balance is 400. So
We hit play. That's so cool. 400, baby. We rich. Oh, my game crashed. My game crashed. Oh, God, fuck. That sucks. That sucks. All I want to do is turn on a light and it fucking crashes on me. Goodness. Goodness me. Goodness me. Goodness me. Waiting. Is my chat working? Hello. Let me refresh. Let me just play it real quick. Make sure I didn't lose that progress. 400. Okay, we're here. We are caught up. All of the things are working. Okay. So.
again, if I hit play, you can see press E, interact, and it shows our balance is 400. So that is essentially using Blueprint interfaces and how you can use interfaces to retrieve things like variables from one Blueprint and communicate them to another. Okay, and that's how you would want to set things up. That way you don't add multiple different inputs and send variables that you don't want to send to other different blueprints, okay? Because again, we're only calling this function inside of this ATM because we only want to know about the balance inside of this Blueprint ATM. So now we know how to use interfaces to get values. How do we use interfaces to modify values? So for example, say we want to create something like a slot machine. So basically, when we go up to the slot machine, if we spin the wheel, it will go ahead and take $50 from our character's balance. So we want to subtract $50 from our character's balance or from our character's money integer. So how do we go ahead and modify variables inside of our character using Blueprint interfaces?
What's up, hon? The new mats for the desk? Like a mouse thing? Why would you want to buy a new mat? No. Don't waste money. Don't waste money. Don't waste money. No. No. No.
Let's go ahead and show you guys how to do that. So first things first, let's actually go ahead and set up our...
Tell her to put it in the shower. What? What mat are you even? It better not be that old lady fucking like look. Like when you were looking at the bed sheets and it was all like old person stuff. It better not be. Show it to me. I swear to God. I swear to God. Let me see it. Don't even mean you can't. Show it to me. Let me see what you were trying to make me put on my desk. Oh my God, it really is just old person like design. Why would you do that? Just washing the shower. Are you talking about these mouse pads? Oh my god. Well, mine is. I mean, well, now that I look at it, mine probably does need to be. But mine's I don't know if I can put this in a washer. No, yeah, there's no. Mine will get like moldy and all sorts of messed up. Mine's a desk mouse pad thing though. Okay. Well, of course my desk is tiny. Look how small this is. She moved my thing. So I used to be against a wall. She moved it out in the open. So now, oh god, don't look. What is that? What is it? Oh, it's a penny. Okay, I thought that was like food or something. Look how small it is. This is what I'm working with. This is what I'm working with. Because it's cheap. It's cheap. It was something I can throw away when we finally move. Yeah, no. No. Because we're going to get rid of this as soon as we move. This place is all temporary. I was only buying temporary stuff. What are you trying to show me now? That's the mouse pad you want? No. It does look cool. I think it looks interesting. Doesn't look old person. The setup is something. I went cheap, okay? Something that could just be kind of like disposed of when we like go to another place.
$6.
Huh?
$6.
I'm not gonna get no, hon. No, stop it. Bad. Stop looking at things to buy. No, no. Let me go back to learning my stuff. What is that? A ruler? Is that why you got the ruler? You've been measuring things the entire time? Stop it! Stop! Stop!
No.
Stop trying to spend money. Stop trying to spend money. Bad. Bad. My wallet hurts. Stop it. My wallet hurts. Stop. Stop. No. No. Because you're not buying it in the first place. You're not buying it in the first place. Stop it.
Slot machine blueprint. So we're going to use a little mesh. So in our meshes here, let's actually organize this a little bit further. I'm going to make a new folder for slot machine.
Hold on, slow down, mate. Content. So he's in the meshes one, right? Okay.
Double click that, and you
Slot machine. New folder, slot machine. Yeah, when you were asking about like the timestamp I was in the video, are you like following along too? Are you doing it too? Okay, so I'm assuming I'm gonna have to now put these files in.
You want to go again to the project files that you downloaded from the description. And we have these three different meshes, the jackpot handle, and jackpot wheel. The texture, we can select.
Okay, all of them. Okay, I hate that he like just doesn't say put all. Jackpot. Drag and drop. Oh, you're trying to help me with the issue. Okay. Okay. No, it just turns out I was stupid and that you can't modify them in that specific. I was just being dumb. That brought in more than 4. Oh my god. Look at how many it gave me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different things. Okay. Okay. I got we're only
Select
halfway
all these
through.
and drag and drop them, and just click import all. Okay, again, it pops up with a couple warnings. We can ignore that, and now you should see it imported everything that we need.
His looks
Do
different than mine
file,
too.
save all.
File, save all. One, two, three. Oh my god, the save all. Okay, there we go. Oh my goodness. There we go. Okay, I see what he sees. Okay, perfect.
So we have.
We're about
all
to
the
introduce
materials,
gambling
we have all the
mechanics.
Textures already set up. So now we just need to set up the blueprint for this little slot machine or this little jackpot machine. So in our blueprints, let's right click, create a new folder. I'm going to rename this to slot machine. And double click, open that up. I'm going to right click and create a new blueprint class of the type actor. And this will be called BP underscore slot machine. Okay, so double click and open that up. Okay, so in here, let's go ahead and set this up. Let's add a static mesh.
Fuck.
And this can
Hold
just
on.
be...
Hold on, it's still loading. Goodness. My little laptop's chugging along here, okay? I can't move as quick as you. Static mesh.
the base of our little slot machine. So under the static mesh, we can search for a cube, and you might not have some of the stuff down here. So if you don't have some of these static mesh cubes, you can go to this little gear icon and click on it and click show engine content. So if you click the little checkbox, it will give you some extra different meshes that you can pick from.
Yes.
And so in my case, I'm going to choose this cube 03 down here. And so we have this red cube, and this will be sort of the base of our...
Oh, fuck. Which one did I choose?
Base, I'm going to choose this cube 03.
SM cubes. Okay.
Down here. And so we have this red cube, and this will be sort of the base of our little slot machine. And add another static mesh component, and this can be our slot machine mesh. And for this static mesh, we can search for jackpot. It should be this jackpot static mesh right here. And move this up. Okay, something like this. Let's actually...
Okay, 1 second. Let me set it up. Like I said, I have to wait a second. It seems like he's able to just kind of do his thing and move on. I have to... Patient. Okay. I'll set it up like that. Looks about right.
Drag this into our level. So if we browse to it in our content browser and drag it out into the level like that, that should be good. Something like this, I think is a good scale or size. So in here, I'm actually going to take this base and press R.
God, fuck, dude. Oh, that's the problem. It's not rotating. Okay, whatever. Control Z. Not. I'll leave it like this. It's good enough. Okay. He went back into BP slot machine.
R to scale it up, make it a little bit wider. Okay, something like that. Now for our slot machine mesh, we need the lever, and then we need all the wheels. Let's go ahead and add another static mesh component. This will be the jackpot
under
lever.
slot machine. Okay.
And under here, we want to search for jackpot. Yeah, jackpot handle. So select that, and let's reset the location. So if it's parented,
Put it up on it. I got it. Okay. Okay.
if this mesh is paired,
When did he rename it?
parented under this slot machine mesh. So if underneath that, we reset the location, and we'll be right at the location, the same location as the slot machine mesh, okay? So it'll be in the exact spot that we need it. Now for things like the wheels, let's select the slot machine mesh and add another static mesh. This will be wheel
He's doing it under slot machine mesh. Okay.
01. We can hit the drop down and search for jack, and we have jackpot wheel. So select that, reset the location. You're going to see that it puts it up there. So that's good.
Okay. Wheel.
Good. And then we can go ahead and duplicate this again. Wheel 2. And if we move this over like that, that should be good. And then duplicate this one last time. Wheel number 3, and we can move this one over here. So we have the wheels, which are separate meshes. You can see if I press E, I can rotate it. We have sort of this material on it. And then we have this lever, which if I rotate, you can see it goes up or down. So very simple blueprint here that we created. We could add a little bit of text here by just adding a text renderer component. I can just pull this out, rotate this, and move that like so. Set this to center, align the text. And I just want to say something like $50 to spin. Okay, something like that. So now let's actually program the logic for this. So we can
Wait. What are you doing? What are you doing, Daniels? Why are you looking at me like that? What are you doing? You're not buying nothing. Don't tell me you're buying something. You're buying something. Babe, I swear to God, it better not be for like the desk because there's no reason to. I said, don't change the subject on me. Okay. I have it set up. I have it set up.
add a little simple animation for now. That way when we interact with this, it has a little animation that plays. So first of all, let's go ahead and go to the event graph and delete all these nodes. So we want this BP slot machine to have the same interface that we used, our BPI interact. So we want to go again to the class settings, and under the implemented interfaces, add our BPI underscore interact interface. Compile, save. And then under the interfaces, we can double click our interact event to implement that. And basically, let's set up the logic first for our slot machine. So the first thing that we want to do is for the slot machine to work, we want to check and see if the player has at least $50 to pull the lever. So we want to use our BPI character get current balance interface function. So in our slot machine graph, we can drag off here off of our character reference and do a get current balance. So we have that interface that we created, the get current balance message, and that will retrieve how much money the player has. So then off of here, we could do a check. We could say, check and see if this is greater than or equal to, and we could put in 50. So 50 is the amount of money that it costs to spin this wheel. And then off of here, we could do a branch. And so that adds a little check. So we're just checking to see if the player has enough balance to spin the wheel. And then if they do, we want to go ahead and update that balance. So basically, we want to take the money that the player has and subtract it by the amount that it costs to spin this wheel, which is 50. And then we want to update the balance in our character. So how do we update this money variable inside of our third-person character using blueprint interfaces? So it's actually quite simple. If we go back to our BPI character interface, we can add a new event or function. So click add, it says add new function. And if we just rename this to update balance, we can just add a single input down here, change this to an integer, and just rename this to new balance. So compile and save. And then now in our BP slot machine, all we have to do is off of this character reference. So this is the character that is trying to spin the wheel or interacting with the slot machine. We can call that new interface update balance message. Let's hook that up for the true. And we could add a couple of reroute nodes. So if you double click on here on the wire, I will add a couple of reroute nodes. So for our new balance, we want to take the amount of money that the player has, so their current balance, and do a subtract. So subtract that by the amount of money that it costs to interact with the slot machine or spin the wheel. In our case, it is $50. And then we can plug this into the new balance. So now we just need to implement this new balance interface inside of our character. So if you go back to your third person character, under the interfaces, you should see this update balance.
Which one is he in? He's in BPI character, BPI. Fuck, I hate the titles. Who's in the freaking way, bro? BPI third person character. Okay, so let's open that up. I don't have that one open. Okay. Full screen. He's down there in the money section. What is he doing? He's looking at the update balance. Oh, crap. Compile. What do I need to compile? I don't think I updated it wholly. Okay. So he's in interfaces. I have it. Good.
So if we double click on it, we'll go ahead and add that interface event on our event graph. And now we can just set our money variable to our new balance. Okay. So hook up the execution and the new balance to our money pin right there. Okay. So compile and save that. And now when this interface is called, it will set our money variable to whatever our new balance is. So if we go back to our slot machine, this is a very simple way of using an interact event interface, using another interface to get from our character any variables that we need. In our case, it is this money integer variable. We're checking to see if we have enough balance depending on however much this item requires. And then if so, we're updating that balance and setting that variable by calling interface event on our character. So now we could even test this out. So now if we go back in our level, let's actually delete the static mesh ramp right here. And let's move, just make sure there aren't any other actors nearby so that our overlap or interaction will properly get the right thing that we want to interact with. So let's move our ATM machine right next to our slot machine. That way we can go up to the slot machine and we can test our interaction system.
Oh, and then we can use the ATM to see if it actually updated. Oh, man.
Money. And then we'll update our balance and we should be able to see it updated on our ATM. So if we hit play, interact. Right now we don't have a little spin animation. We'll add that later. If I press E, you can see our balance is 350. I'll interact with this machine again. Check my balance. It's 3.
Okay, let me see. Let me see if I did it right. So we'll check first and foremost, 400. 400, baby. Okay. Hey, we're rich. Hey, let's blow it. Okay. Nothing happened. I got scammed. They sure as fuck took my money, though. Okay, it works. Alright.
300. Interact. Check my balance is 250. Interact. And balance is now 200. So you can see that is updating that money variable inside of our character. And it is using those interfaces to retrieve variables and to update variables using interface functions and events. So if we wanted to add a very simple animation, let's go ahead and add those. So if we go back to our BP slot machine, we'll first add a little animation or things like moving our little lever.
Mhm.
So we could add a little timeline that moves the lever down and back up. So in our event graph, first let's add a sequence. So the sequence node allows you to have extra pins. So you could do this execution first, and this one next, and it just keeps going down, and so they'll all execute. It just gives you extra pins to fire off. So in our case, we want to create a timeline, so let's add a new timeline, add timeline, and this will just be called move handle. So plug our then 0 to play from start. Double click and open this up. We just want to add a simple float timeline. So under the track, add a float track. Right click on the graph, add a key to the float curve. Select that, and we can set this to 0 for the time and 0 for the value. Add another pin by right clicking and adding a curve. This one will be a time of 1 second and a value of 100. And then if we zoom fit horizontal, zoom fit vertical, you can see that we have value at 0, 0, 1, and then 100. And then right click here at the end, select that and set this to 2 seconds and a value of 0. Okay.
Okay, I see. So it's going down, and it goes back. 2 seconds, value of 0. So it goes down, then it goes back up. Okay, I see.
So if we scroll out, you can see that it just basically goes up. 1 second is at 100, and then 2 seconds is back down to 0. So it should give us a nice little rotation, our handle going down and then going back to its resting position. So now we just need to set the length right here to 2 seconds so that it perfectly lines up with our timeline. Compile, save that, head back over to the event graph, and then we just need to update the lever position. So get our jackpot lever component and do a set relative rotation. Look that up for the update. And for our new rotation, we can do a make rotator. And for the value here, if we go to the viewport, select the lever. If I press E, we want to rotate it on this red axis. As you can see, the red is what makes it goes up and down like that. So that is the X. So on the event graph, we want to plug in the new track into the X or the roll. So that should animate our lever. So if I hit play and run up to it, you see that it moves down and back up to the resting position.
Oh god, let's see if I did this right. I was trying not to stop him every 2 minutes. I was trying to just keep up with him. It fucking works, bro. That's crazy. Okay. God damn. Okay. All right.
Now we want to basically do the same thing for the wheels. We just want to add a simple timeline that will rotate the wheel, and we can do things like rotate it at a different speed just to give it a little bit of an animation. So again, we could just do another timeline, add timeline, and we'll plug this in actually to the play from start. And this timeline will be our spin wheel timeline. So double click, open this up. And for our wheels, we're going to add the same thing, a float track. Right click anywhere on the graph, add a key. Value will be 0 and 0. And then anywhere in the graph, add another key. Select that. And this will be the time value of 3 seconds. And the value will be 340 degrees. So if we zoom fit horizontal, zoom fit vertical, you see that the wheel basically rotates 340 degrees. And we can set our length to 3 seconds. So that matches up with our timeline. Pile and save that. And then we head over to the event graph. We want to do the same thing. We just want to get our wheel 01 and do a set rotation, set relative rotation.
Oh, fuck. Hold on. Set relative rotation. Update. New rotation. Probably gonna be the same thing, right? The X.
Make rotator. And for the value, again, we want to plug this in for the X.
Yeah.
Now we want to do this separately for each wheel. So let's add 2 more pins.
Can we add this the wheels to this one?
And we can just copy all of this, paste it down here. So that will copy over our timeline.
Oh my god, okay. Oh, wait. Oh. B. 10. Here, play from start. Instead of reel 1. Of wheel 1, it's 2. But for the timeline, I'm gonna change the rotation value from 340 to let's say 360. So it rotates a little bit faster. File save, and then copy paste for wheel 3. God fuck. Control V. And play from start. Oh, remove wheel 2 and add wheel 3. And same as before, in the timeline, we're going to change rotation from this time 360 to 320. File, save, graph. Now what I want to do is I'm going to actually do what I learned in that short. I'm going to collapse the nodes into one node. Wheel 1. Collapse this node functions to a single node and call it wheel 2. Collapse these into wheel 3. So this is what I have. And understand, this is what I have. Okay. So these all are the same as what he set up there, right? But it's just copy pasted. I just set it so, but if you double click, you can see it's literally the exact same setup. So I have so many timelines. Close these timelines. Where's my event graph? There we go. Okay, that's why I've set up. That's why I've set up. I just collapsed them so that it doesn't look so atrocious.
Look that up for the play from start. And for wheel 01, we want to switch this out with wheel 02. So if I actually drag this variable on top of this one,
Oh, you can just drag over?
Or we'll place the reference with the one that we want. So again, we can copy and paste this again. Drag wheel 03, drop it on there, and you can see it updates the same as what we've done up there. Okay, then take our sequence pin, execution pin, and plug that in from the play from start. So what we should see is when we spin the wheel, these should all play at the same time. So these should all spin at the same time. If I press E, you can see that the wheel spins at the same time and it lands on the jackpot. We could add a little bit of
Let me see if mine works. Because I did a little bit more absurdness to it. I changed the rotations for each one. Okay, I kind of need to make it a bit more drastic, I think. But you can see it's changing. How broke am I? Oh fuck. Oh nice. Very nice son. Are those new? Why'd you get very like circular ones? Why'd you get like the very circular glasses? Circular glasses. Mm.
variation so that they start at different times
Oh, okay.
and they
Little-
spin at different speeds. So in our BP slot machine, all we could do is add a little bit of a delay, add this delay node. And then for the
fuck.
duration, we could just drag off here and do a random float in range.
Rat bastards. Changing things. Okay, so delay. God, why is it so fucking big? That's what she said. Random flow in range.
Okay, and that will add sort of a random duration. So in our case, we could specify a random duration. We could say started at 0 seconds or started in 0.9 seconds, okay? We can copy and paste this, put this up for other timelines, and copy.
Can I just attach this one to all three? I can't. So, add. There.
And paste this one last time and hook this up for our third timeline. And of course, make sure you plug it into the play from start. Okay, and we can play around with a value, like say this one could be 0.5 seconds. This one we could say minimum of 0.3 and
Oh, never mind. I want to have it be different ones, don't I? I don't want to be relying on the same one because then it's just going to get the same treatment.
maximum of 1.2. We'll just add variations. And now if we hit play, we can see that the wheels spin at different speeds. And maybe they land up at the same icon. So that's our little jackpot
won't.
item.
Mine won't. Mine won't. Let's test it. I slightly changed it a bit more than he did, but let me see if I didn't break it. Okay, so unfortunately the end result is the same. It's still the goofy, like, slightly different, but not that much different. Oh.
You can see that we have 300. We can spin it again. We have 250. We can spin this again. And we have 200. So every time we spin the wheel, it takes away 50 from our balance. So if we spin that again, we have $100 left. Spin that again, we have 50. Then we should be able to only spin this one last time. Check our balance, we're now at 0. So if I try to spin the wheel, you see that it won't spin anymore because our balance is currently 0. Okay. So a very simple jackpot item. And really all this thing is demonstrating is the fact that we can use that interact event, the same interface that we have set up for all of our other interaction items. We can use the same interface that we used in our ATM to get the balance. We could do a little check to see if they have enough money to interact with this machine. And then if so, we can update the balance by using this interface event that we call on our character, which in our character sets the money or the balance variable and updates it for the player. All right, so now we covered over interfaces and casting, and we've covered over many different ways on how to implement interfaces, whether that be on different objects. We added our BPI interact interface, and we also added our BPI character interface that can retrieve variables, we can modify variables, and we can send them between and communicate between other different blueprints. The next part of this video, I want to talk about event tick and all the different types of ticks inside of the engine. So let's go ahead and get started. So first things first, when you create a new actor, you might have noticed that there is an event tick inside of the actor itself. So for example, if I were to create a new blueprint in our blueprints folder of the type actor, and I could just name this to BP tick and double click and open this up. Let's dock this up here at the top, and let's actually close all of the other.
Okay, so he's actually progressing. I thought he was giving an example, but it seems like he's actually progressing. Let me go back for a second. So I think he just made a new blueprint, right?
Blueprints folder of the top.
Okay. Yeah, I'm broke. What happened to my webcam? This laptop's dying. Oh wait, what the fuck? My second monitor shut off too. Oh yeah, why'd you get a little selfie stick? Okay. Okay, let me, for my properties, integrated, back to 1080p. Okay, we got that working. Let me figure out what happened to my second monitor. Because my second monitor bugged out too. That's got my actual stuff. There we go. Okay. We're good. Yeah, okay. So I thought he was giving an example, but it looks like he's just gonna use it as a way to
Type actor, and I could just name this to BP tick and double click and open this up. Let's dock this up here at the top, and let's actually close all of the other blueprints. We don't need any of these right now. So this BP tick, if I head over to the event graph, you can see that we have these different nodes in here that we usually just delete when we're working on our blueprint.
Oh yeah.
We have things like the event begin play. So this fires off when we hit the green play button, and if this is spawned into level. We have things like the actor begin overlap. So for example, if someone overlaps with this actor, currently there isn't any mesh or any collision for us to overlap with it. But say for example, we had a mesh or a collision box. If another actor was to overlap with it, this event would be fired off. And then we have this event tick, which is what we're going to talk about here next. So this event tick is called every single frame if ticking is enabled. So by default, ticking is enabled. So if I were to drag off this into a print string, we could do something like print hello. If I compile and save this, we have to drag this into our level. If I were to drag that into our level right there, you see that we now have it in our level. It doesn't have a mesh, so maybe we should add some sort of cube to it.
Well, if he's just trying to do an example, why would we do that?
Mesh. So we can click add and add a static mesh. And then in the dropdown, we could just add a cube 1, compile, save that. And it has at least some sort of visual to it. So if I hit play, you're going to see that it prints off this hello, and it keeps going and going, going. And if I click stop, it actually keeps printing it every single frame. So you can see that it looks like it stopped, but it's actually printing over and over and over every single frame. So say your game is running at 60 frames a second. It is essentially
Oh my god, it kills
firing
my
this
computer.
node 60 times in a second, just once per every single frame. Now, the reason why I'm talking about this node is because I've seen a lot of beginners use this node for things like setting up certain logic or even communicating between other blueprints. Like, for example, I've seen people use this node to check and see if a variable has been updated or modified. And really, I try to stay away from the event tick because this can be very expensive if you're running a lot of different nodes and a lot of different logic off of this event tick.
I don't
For
have
example,
the,
if
I don't have the
were to
resources.
have a bunch of nodes strung together, like say if I was doing some sort of complex mathematical calculation, if I had a lot of nodes and logic hook up to this event tick, that's going to run every single frame. So if our game's running at 60 frames a second, it's going to run 60 times in that second. And then it's going to start to lag out your game. And sometimes it might even crash your game if you have just a ton of logic hooked up to this event tick. So I try my best to stay away from this tick. And if you look at a lot of my videos, you'll see that I don't really use the tick. And in fact, there's a way that you can even disable this if you don't even need it. Because if you go to things like your class defaults, if you click on the class defaults, you can see that we have the section for actor tick. And you can see it says start with tick enabled. So if I uncheck that and compile, save, and hit play, you can see that it's no longer ticking. So this event tick is no longer calling our print string because we disabled that in the actor tick. And that's usually what I do every time I create a new
So
actor.
what's the benefit of
So
the
just
tick
note
then?
this event will tick
Like,
even
what,
if you
what
don't
would you
have
want the
anything
tick for?
plugged
There's
into
got to be a
this.
purpose for it.
You just have to disable it by unchecking this start with tick enable. Now there's a couple of other options. You could set the tick interval. If I were to plug that back in, I could set the tick interval to say 1 second. And let's go ahead and start with tick enabled. So hit that
So that's what,
checkbox
once
to
every
true.
second?
Compile and save. And now we should be able to say it print off every 1 second.
Yeah, okay,
It's
I
actually
see.
printing off every 1 second. Now it looks like there's only 2. And that's because in our print string, if we hit the drop down,
That's when I got 2 second duration.
every 2 seconds is how long this message will last. So let's set this to 10 for the duration. And now we should be able to see it print off every 1 second, okay? Every 1 second, we set that tick event to print this string. So you can do things like in the class defaults, change the tick interval. You can disable it, and there's some more advanced things. You can even pause event tick and a lot more other different things. So again, you can compare this example back to casting. Now, why don't they just remove the event tick from the engine if people are going to use it and put a bunch of logic and it could lag out their game? Again, it does have its use case scenarios. You can use it if you'd like. Like some different ways I've seen people use it is to create some sort of custom movement for a pawn or an actor that has to move in a specific way, like a flying actor or something like that. In those cases, some people have used event tick for those movement logics. Also, you could use event tick inside of C++ because it's a little bit more optimized running in code rather than in Blueprint. But for the most part, I usually use timers for if I'm sort of creating a tick I need to control. I'll usually use a timer that will sort of give us the same results, and we can do things like start or stop the timer. And timers are something that we covered in our very first beginner tutorial. They're just a very useful and helpful tool if you need some sort of tick logic. Now that is the event tick. Now there are more different types of ticks in the engine. This is not the only type of tick. So first I'm going to delete this cube from our level.
Yeah, I deleted it. Fuck
I'm gonna
that.
delete that.
I was lagging.
If we go into our content browser, I want to show you guys the other different types of things that are ticking in the engine. So if we go into our blueprints door, let's drag out our door casting. Now with this door casting, you can see that we have this collision box. Okay, so if I open up this BP door casting, we have that collision box right here. This collision box is also a tick event. So what that means is this box is constantly ticking to check and see if there's anything that overlaps it. So whenever you have this event begin overlap or event end overlap, that means that this box is ticking and currently checking every frame if there's overlap. And if you scroll down here, you can see the tick, start with tick enabled, and we have things like the tick interval. So you can see that this is basically ticking every single frame, and then if something overlaps, it will call those events. So again, these are more tick events. Whenever you have some sort of collision, that is also a tick event. All right. Now there's another tick event that most people overlook, and that is if you go into the content, third person, blueprints, and open up your character, we have things like input events. Okay. So these are also tick events. So for example, something like our input action move or look. If we were to drag off here and do a print, compile and save, and hit play.
Oh
see
yeah,
that
Jesus
whenever I look
Christ.
around, it prints off that hello. So again, this is actually a tick event because we are taking the movement from our character's mouse, and for every frame we're moving and adding input for things like our camera, and for things like moving, if I'm moving around on my keyboard, we're adding movement for our pawn. And so these need to be tick events because it's what allows the player to move. And so this is just another tick event inside of the engine. So just note there are different events that tick per frame, and you can control certain things like the overlapping tick rate. You can also adjust things like starting with tick enabled. So for some actors, like for example, this door casting in the class defaults, you can see it's still set to start with tick enabled.
The other one.
So even if we're not using that tick event tick inside of this blueprint, we're still starting with tick enabled. So if we disable that, that will prevent this actor from ticking, even though we don't even use it. So just note that that exists.
Like what?
So those are some of the ticks inside of the engine. Like I said, you can use them in some certain cases, things like movement logic, and even I've used it in UI or user interface. Like say I needed to update an icon or a mini map every single frame so that we could see where our character is moving around. In certain cases, you can use the event tick. Again, it just comes down to your specific project and what you're going to use it for. So next up, let's talk about functions. So in our previous video,
it's got like UV light,
for intermediate users,
okay.
we went over functions with different items that we had. We created sort of this inventory system where we had different functions like a consume function, a use item function, and we just briefly scratched the surface of creating functions and using them inside of the engine. Now let's open up our third person character here, and let's actually create a new function. So under the functions tab, we can create a new function, and you can see that we can rename the name of our function. And basically functions are collapsed graphs where we can put in different nodes. We can have things like inputs and outputs. Now, functions are extremely useful for when you have certain nodes or logic that you want to copy and paste in multiple locations. So for example, if I wanted to have a function for healing my player or restoring some health, and I wanted to use it in many different cases. So for example, if I were to consume an item, that would restore health. If I were to stand next to, say, like a campfire, that would restore health. In those two cases, I would want to use my heal function multiple times. And so it would make sense to put those nodes and those logic inside of a function. That way you can just call the function itself. You don't have to copy and paste those separate nodes multiple times on the graph. You can just call the heal function. There are two different types of functions. We have a pure and unpure function. Now what that means is if we take our new function that we just created on the graph, you can see that it is this blue new function. And actually, let's right click and rename this. We can name this to a unpure function. Then if we create a new function, this will be our pure function, okay? And with this function selected, in the graph or in the details, we can see we have this checkbox for pure or unpure. So unpure if it's unchecked, pure if it's checked. So compile, save that, and now if we head back to our event graph, if we call this pure function, you can see that it has a difference, okay? So this unpure function is color-coded in blue, and a pure function is color-coded in green. Now currently there aren't any pins because we don't have any inputs hooked up to this. So really quickly, let's just add a output, and you can see we can specify the variable type. Let's set this to maybe like an integer, compile and save. Now you can see the pure function, it doesn't have these execution pins. That's the main difference. So pure functions are mainly for getting variables and retrieving them. So for example, we have lots of different pure functions inside of the engine. In fact, we've used some in this very video. So one example of a pure function is our random float. We have a random float in range. So you can see that this is a pure function because it's color-coded in green. And all this is doing is it's returning values.
Right.
Okay, it's getting random values.
So it doesn't like...
So we're setting a min and max value of our range and returning that value. So pure functions are more or less for getting variables and not necessarily for modifying the values of those variables. Now, one thing that you need to note about pure functions, which is important, is that they run each time per pin. So what that means is if I hook this up to a print string, so if I unplug this from the duration, let's do a random float within range. Let's say minimum of 0, maximum of 1. Plug that into our string. That will convert it from a float to a string. And let's actually plug this up for our interact key. So let's go ahead and move all this stuff down. So off of our interact, we can plug this in like so. If we press E, that will print that off. And then let's also hook this up again, do a print string, and hook up this return value over here like so. Okay, so the pure function will be called per each pin input. So what that means is it's going to call this function once for this node, and then it's going to call once for this node. So what we should see is 2 separate random floats when we print this off. Okay, it won't be the same exact float because the pure function node gets called once every single time per pin connection. So if I hit play and press E, you can see that we got 0.2 and then 0.3, 0.2 and then 0.6.
I didn't do it right. Oh. Oh, never mind. Never mind, hold on. It's not that I didn't do it right. I didn't push a button. 0.7, 0.1, 0.16, 0.4, 0.89, 0.93, 0.87, 0.12. Okay. I see. 0.7
and 0.9. And you can see that both of those values that we print off are different because the way that the pure function works is that it will be called once per connection. So that's very important because, again, you can see things like our sphere trace here. If I unhook all of this and move back our interact input to something like our sphere trace, you can see that we have this pure function get actor location. And this is being called 3 different times for our start, end, and draw debug sphere. So this node itself is being called 3 different times just in this blueprint execution flow. So this could be important because, say, if you wanted to optimize things, you could promote that to a variable, and then instead of getting it 3 separate times, you could just get it once and then feed that in for these different pins. So just note that things like these pure functions will get called once per connection. So if you connected it up 3 times, it'll be called 3 different times, okay? And that could also mean that it could be different values. So in the case of our random float in range, because this is a random float and it's hooked up twice, we will get always 2 different values no matter what. So that could be useful, or that could be an issue for your project, in which case if you want it to be the same value, you could just promote that to a variable and then use it where you need it. So just note that those are the main 2 differences between a unpure function and a pure function. And if you want to dive even deeper, the Unreal Engine documentation has a lot of the topics that we talk here in this video. So I will leave a link to this in the description below. And it just details all of the things that we've talked thus far about functions. Now, another thing about functions is that they can be overridden. So in our functions tab, if I expand this, you can see that we have 36 overridable functions. So to override something is to have authority or say over, or to nullify previous functions logic. So for example, if I hover over this overridable functions, we have this little override dropdown, and this will show us all of the functions that we can override. So we have things like any damage, can jump, destroyed, end play, event hit, on jumped, on land, on launched. So for example, I could add things like a on launched. So event on launched, we can override this function in the graph, and these functions come from the parent. So we talked a little bit about inheritance in our previous video, but all of these functions are functions that are inside of either our character class or our actor class. So you can see that some of these say actor,
I
then
see
some of these
pawns.
say character. So these are functions that have been created in the character class. And then some of these functions have been created in the actor class. And then some of them have been created in the pawn class. And because of those functions are created in those classes, we can go ahead and override them and add our own logic for those functions. Now, this is particularly useful if you want to add custom logic for very specific events. Like for example, this event end play, this event is to notify Blue Princess actors being deleted or removed from a level. So this is useful, like for example, if the player leaves the game, or if this actor is going to be deleted, you can call any sort of logic off of here. For example, in my survival game, I use this node to save the player's variables and do things like a save game, so that we could save the player's location, all their items, so that if they exit the game or leave the game and their character is deleted, we can save all the variables before the character is removed from the level. So there are many different functions that you can override, and depending on the class that you inherit. So for example, the parent class of this third-person character, depending on your parent class, will have different functions that you can override. So again, for example, if I click this override, you can see that we have things like can jump.
So let me check. So it says depending on the parent class. So let me open up something else and see what else. Well, I'm assuming I'm not gonna have anything else in any of the others. This is just like one of the more in-depth ones that has all sorts of different programs. Never mind. I'll leave it be.
That's from our character class. But some of these other ones are from the actor class, okay? Now, another good example of overriding functions is in our game mode blueprint class. So if you double click your game mode class, if we dock this up in the layout, we haven't really talked a whole ton about the game mode class, but we will here hopefully towards the end of this video. But in this blueprint game mode, if we go to open full blueprint editor, it will take us to this event graph. In here, we also have its own different functions that we can
only
override.
33
So for
overrides.
example, if I click this override, you can see that we have all these other different custom functions.
So this
things
is what
like
I
can't
wanted to look.
spectate,
So
choose
he did
player
it
start,
anyways.
find player start, on logout, on login, on restart player. So we have all of these different custom functions that are from this game mode base class. So you can see the parent class is game mode base. And because we are a child of that parent class, we have all these functions that we can override and we can create our own logic for. things like the game mode class is mainly used for, multiplayer sessions and things like that. And so if, a player logs in or logs out, if they join the server or disconnect, you could add certain events or functions, and you could add your own custom logic for that. So functions allow you to override them and reuse them, and there's lots of built-in functions to each class that you can use and override with your own custom logic. Now, the last thing that I want to talk about in regards to functions is the Blueprint function library. Essentially, functions can more or less can only be called in the class that they are in. They can be called outside of that class if you have a reference to it. So for example, if I had something like my door interaction blueprint, if I were to go inside of this box, we could have a reference to the character, and then we could call any sort of function inside of it. But say, for example, I wanted a function that could be called or reused in multiple different types of blueprints or actors. Like if I had a function that could be called inside of this ATM blueprint, or also this slot machine blueprint, or our door blueprint, and even our character blueprint. Say I want to create a function that can be called wherever I want inside of my project. So in that specific case, you might want to create something like a blueprint function library, which is sort of like a library that you can add your own custom functions to. And then these functions will be callable wherever you want in any class that you want, so you can reuse them wherever you'd like. So in our blueprints folder, let's create a new folder for advanced. And then in here, we're going to double click. And to create a blueprint function library, you want to right click. And under the blueprints tab, we have this blueprint function library. So go ahead and click on that. And then we can just name this to BP_function, BP function library. And then just double click and open this up. Now what you're going to notice is we just have a functions tab over here. We have things like local variables that we can create. We have this function graph. Then we just have a details panel with the inputs and outputs. So it's just for purely creating functions. And so we're going to create a function that can basically just print the display name of the blueprint or the actor that we are calling this function from. So I'm going to go ahead and rename this function to print actor display name. Okay, and then on our graph, we're going to use the node. We right click, type in get class. So if you scroll down, we should have at the very bottom. So we have the get class. And so what this node does is it has an object. So we have to take an object reference, and it gives us the object class reference.
Oh, I grabbed the wrong one. I think it was in the enums. He scrolled way down. Down here in the enums. Okay.
Of that object that we
Hey,
are
we like
referencing.
enums, huh?
So we want to take this object and add it as an input onto our function. So if you drag and drop it on there, we'll go ahead and select that. It will add this input on our function. And then from this class reference, we can drag off here and do a get class display name. So the get class display name will return a string of the class name, and then off of there we could do a print string. And so that will go into the print string, and we just hook up the execution pin like so, and compile save. So basically this print actor display name function will get the class from our reference, get the display name of that class, and print it to our screen. So rather than copying and pasting these separate nodes in, say, our different blueprint actors, we can just call this function, which now contains these nodes, and it will save us having to type, all three of these separate nodes. We can just call this function and we'll execute this logic. So say we want to call this function inside our different blueprints. So in our third person character, let's say if we interact and call our interact event in these different interactable objects, if we browse to them.
Okay, he's gonna start sprinting too.
if we go to them in the content folder, so first let's do this ATM machine. If we go to the ATM, open up our BP ATM. Well, say off of the event interact event, we want to call that print actor. And now you should see under our class, we have BP function library. And we have that new function that we created, the print actor display name. And it's going to ask for an object. So this is the object reference of the actor that we want to get the display name of. In our case, we want to get the display name of this Blueprint ATM. So we want to drag off here and get a reference to self. So let's type in self. It should say get reference to self. And now if we go ahead and hit play, we can run up to the BP ATM machine and it should print off the name of
Okay.
the class, BP underscore ATM underscore C. Okay, so it'll print off the name of the actor that we're interacting with. And we could also add this function and call that same exact function inside of our slot machine. So if we go to our BP slot machine, say we can add another pin to our sequence and then call that print actor display.
Okay, as I looked away, he's adding to the pins. Okay. It's gonna come way down there. Let me see what he says.
And then call that print actor display name node from our Blueprint function library. And then off of the object, get reference to self. Pile save. We go back to our level here and hit play. We interact, you can see that it prints BP underscore slot machine underscore C. Okay, so
okay, it's working. We're tracking.
prints the class display name of the actor that we're interacting with. So this Blueprint function library can be useful for creating many different types of functions that you need to reuse in different Blueprint classes. That way it will save you time, some memory, because you're just calling this function rather than copying and pasting these nodes in different locations of your project. Now, those are the Blueprint functions. The next thing I want to talk about in this video are macros. So on the bottom left of our screen, under the interfaces, we have this section for macros. So under the macros, we can actually create a new macro by clicking this little plus icon. And what you'll notice about the macro is it sort of is similar to a function, in which case we have this sort of collapsed graph. You can see we have BP third person character, and then we have this new macro that we just created. So we can rename this macro to win or lose. And then you can see that we have inputs in this outputs node. So it's sort of similar to a function in where you can have inputs and outputs. But in our case, the special thing about a macro is that you can have execution pins inside of this macro. So if I add an input, I can, under the inputs, change this variable type to a execution. So we have this white pin and it says execution. So if you select that, it adds this white execution pin. Okay. So this is very similar to what we see on our graph. To use things like the flow of execution that gets fired off, we can use that inside of this and we can add our own execution pin inside of this macro. Now under the inputs, we can rename this to execution, and we can add another variable for an integer. And so we're going to create a very simple macro that checks and sees the current score versus the score needed to win. And if our current score exceeds the score needed, then we can either call a win or lose event. So let's rename this integer here to current score. And then let's also add a new variable in our blueprint. So under the variables tab, let's create a new variable and name this to score needed. And we can change this to a integer. And say you could add the score needed variable to 3. And so we're going to check this current score, check and see if that is greater than or equal to, and we can get our score needed and plug that in like so.
Slow down. Slow down.
And then off of that Boolean value, we could do a branch and hook up our execution like so. And then for our true and false, we can select our output and add 2 outputs and change these to executions. And then we can rename these executions. We can name this to win. And then the bottom.
Both execution? Win or lose, right? He's going to make it win or lose.
Bottom one we can name to lose. And so all we have to do is plug this true into the win, false into the lose. So compile and save. And this is just a very simple win or lose macro. We're checking to see if our current score is greater than equal to the score needed to win the game. And if so, we'll call this execution, the win execution. If false, we can call this lose execution. So if we go to our event graph, we can now call that macro if we either just drag it here on the graph, or we can right click and search for win or lose, and that will bring up our macro. So now you can see our macro. It's a different color. It's color coded with this sort of grayish color. You can see we have that execution, so we can plug in an execution node right here. And then we can program in different events or different functions to this win or lose node. We can basically have these 2 execution pins and call different logic depending on if we win or lose the game. So macros can be useful if you need to use execution pins inside of a graph. And in fact, there are many other different types of macros inside of the engine that we use pretty commonly. For example, if we search for each loop, so we have this array for each loop. This is a macro, and we also have a for loop. So under the flow control, we have this for loop, and these are all different macros.
Yeah, they're all gray. I got it.
So if we double click on this for each loop, you can see that it pulls up this standard macros. And this is actually the standard macros library. So we have this for loop. If we scroll out here, we have inputs, and you can see basically what the for loop consists of. Now we don't want to modify any of this stuff or delete or mess around with any of this, because this is default to the engine. So if we mess anything up in here, it will mess with the behavior of these nodes. But this is the standard macros library. You can see we have things like flow control, for loops, flip-flop, do once. So we have all sorts of different macros that are inside of this macro library. So again, there's the for loop, so we can double click on that and you can see what the for loop consists of. And so these macros are more or less just collapse graphs with more different nodes. And you can add things like multiple executions. So you can see we have this execute, loop body, and completed. And same with this for loop, okay? Now there is a downside to using macros when you compare them to using things like functions. So if you use things like macros, they are more expensive in terms of performance than using something like a function. And the reason why that is because when you use a macro, it's essentially like if I were to copy and paste the same nodes inside of this macro in any part of the graph. Macros are basically just copy and pasted nodes. So your game is compiled, and at runtime, Unreal Engine just takes the nodes that are inside of the macro and just copies and pastes it into your blueprint wherever you're using the macro. And so they aren't really the same as functions, whereas a function has its own scope. And when you call a function, it will call that function and the nodes inside of it, whereas the macro is just copied and pasted nodes and has the same scope as if these nodes were just on your event graph, okay? So in my opinion, I would rather use functions as much as possible, and I don't necessarily create my own macros. I use things like these for loops, and for each loops, you can use things like this, but I don't necessarily create my own macros. or utilize them more than I do using functions. Now, there is another thing with macros. You can create things like a macro library. So we saw things like the standard macro library that has all of the standard macros that we saw, like the for loop and for each loop. You can also create things like your own blueprint macro library.
Is he actually going to do it, or is he just giving an example? Before I continue with it, I'd like to know if he's going...
And again, that will allow you to create things like macros that you can use or call in any of your different types of blueprints. Now, the last thing that I want to cover in this tutorial is debugging and testing out your blueprints and also visualizing them. So there will likely come a time when you are using the engine and you're running into some sort of issue. You don't know exactly where in your blueprint code you're experiencing that issue. And so there's many different types of ways that you can figure out and debug or find the issue inside of your blueprint code. So let me go ahead and just delete all these other events and move all this stuff down.
Yo, what was he deleting? Let me get rid of the macros. We're going to get rid of the print stream. We're going to get rid of the unpeer and peer because it didn't actually go to anything.
Go ahead and just delete all these other events and move all this stuff down.
Did I set that up, or was I just watching him do that? I think I was just watching him do it. I don't have that. Okay.
So we have this interact event that calls a trace and calls our interact interface on whatever we interact with. Now, if we go to something like, say, our slot machine, if we browse to this asset and double click and open this up, we can actually visualize this graph in action, okay, when we play the game. So inside of this blueprint class and inside any of the blueprint classes, you may notice we have this green play button up here at the top.
Yes.
So if you hit that play button, it will launch a standalone window of your game or your project. And in the background, you're going to notice two different things. You're going to notice we have this yellow outline, and you'll notice it says simulating. So what that means is it's actually simulating our game or this blueprint slot machine. So it's simulating this because it's actually spawned in our level. So you see our slot machine is spawned in the level, and so it'll automatically find that blueprint slot machine. So up here, if you click this drop down, you can see that select an object to debug.
Yes.
If set to none, we'll debug any object. So if you hit this drop down, you can say no debug object selected, and we have this slot machine. So if you hover over that, you can see the path to this object. So it's in the third person map, persistent level, BP slot machine. So this is the same exact slot machine that is currently spawned in our level. So now see what happens and pay attention to the graph that says simulating when we interact with this. So if I press E, you can see on the graph the flow of the execution nodes as they are being fired off. So when I call that interact event, you can see, the nodes firing off, and it's calling all of these separate timeline nodes to move things like the handle, the wheels, and all that stuff. Okay, so this is a very helpful way for visualizing the flow of the execution inside of your code. And this can also be very useful for debugging and trying to figure out why you might have some sort of issue with your blueprints. Now, the most common way of debugging blueprints that most people use are print strings. Those are probably the primary thing that people use to debug their code. So basically, if we were to add a print string, say for this move handle, we could off of this, we could do a print string. We could say something like move handle logic. And then we could copy, and we could add one over here. We could say we're moving the wheel, doing this, we're doing that. And basically that will tell us in our code whenever it's executed. So I press E, you can see it says move handle logic.
Okay.
And so because it's past that point and it printed that off, we know that
it's working
execution
up to there.
fired this node off and says move handle logic. So this is a way that you could figure out where the execution is flowing and where it's stopping. And this is probably one of the most common ways that people debug their code. Now, there's a more useful way of debugging your code by using things like breakpoints. So essentially, a breakpoint allows you to call specific nodes on your graph at runtime, and it allows you to pause the execution flow or resume it to see in real time what is being executed on your graph. So for example, if I wanted to right-click this update balance, in this little menu, if we go down, we have this breakpoints, and we can click this toggle breakpoint. Now, if we go ahead and hit play, and if you look here on the graph when I hit play, if I press E, you can see that it pulls up our graph and it will pause the execution right on the node that we toggled the breakpoint.
Okay.
So you can see the execution. It will show
So you
us
can
the
intentionally
flowing
stop it to see
lines,
if it at least
and
gets
it
to
will
that
show us
point.
that this node is where the execution will stop. Now, one useful thing is we can go to the next node in the graph. We have these little arrows.
Oh, so you can literally
we
go step
have
by
things
step to
like
see if it's
locate
functioning.
the current active node. So that will find the active node. In this case, we have this arrow also pointing to it. We can continue the execution. So that will resume our game, fire off the rest of the execution. If I press E again, you'll see that because we have that breakpoint enabled, it will pause it there. We can do things like go to the next node, and you can see it fire off. And then we have step out of the next node to be executed in the parent graph. Okay, so you can add multiple different breakpoints in your code, and this is very useful for visualizing the execution flow and finding where you might have certain issues with your Blueprint code. Now, to disable this breakpoint, you can right click and you can either disable breakpoint
Or remove it.
So if we were to hit play,
But I
and
don't
run
think you'd
through
want
this
to keep the
again,
breakpoints there.
you can see that the logic will flow freely, but we can also remove the breakpoint if we are done using it. And of course, you have a hotkey to toggle the breakpoint. Now, there's another very useful thing for debugging blueprints, and I find this very useful for visualizing things like variables. So for example, we have this event update balance. So if we right click on any pin on our graph of any variable, we have this little menu, and under the watches, we have watch this value. So if we click on that, we have this little icon. So we are now watching the value of this variable. So whenever this event update balance
We
is
did that in
called,
the
you should
intermediate.
be able to see the value of this variable. So let's hit play. And then the first thing that we need to do is we need to actually select a debug object. So right now you see no debug object selected. So if we hit the dropdown, we have this BP third person character spawn. So this is the character spawn in our level.
So I don't
And so
think.
now we are watching.
I think he's just telling
integer
us
new
stuff now. I
balance
don't think we're
0,
actually showing
okay?
me anything.
So now watch what happens when we go ahead and walk up to our slot machine. We can see the actual value of that integer. So it's 350 because we spun the slot machine once. You can press it again. You can see it's 300. You see it's 250, 200, 150. And essentially, watching this value will allow us to view the value of any variable inside of our graph during runtime. And this can be very useful for checking things like the values in an array, or checking really any variable that you have inside of either a character or any other type of actor class that's spawned in your level. Now, those are just some different methods that you can use to debug your blueprint. The last thing that I want to cover in this video really quickly is the Unreal Engine class framework. Now, we've messed around with different types of blueprint actors, and we briefly covered over the topic of inheritance in our intermediate class. Basically, I want to talk a little bit about the structure or the framework of the Unreal Engine class system. So what you may have noticed by now is we have a game mode for this template. This third-person game comes with a game mode, and most projects will actually have either a game mode assigned, or if you want to use things like your own character inside of your project, you will most likely have to use a game mode. Okay, so I want to explain things like the game mode, the character class, all these different classes that some people might not be totally familiar with, whether that be you're using the engine for creating things like interactive experiences, games, or maybe something like films. You may or may not use the game mode class. So I'm going to go ahead and just explain everything for you real quick. So first things first, if you go to the window, you want to open up the world settings window. Okay, so by default, this window is actually not
Okay.
shown.
Let me follow.
So if you open up the world settings, that will go ahead and open up this tab. Now in the world settings, with this third person map loaded up, under this game mode tab down here in the world settings, we have this game mode override. So you can see the current game mode assigned to this level is our
Third person.
BP third person game mode.
Yes.
And if we actually expand this game mode, selected game mode, you can see we have things like a default pawn class. We have things like the character, that's our default pawn. We have this HUD class, so this is sort of like the UI class that our character might use. I don't really use this at all. Then we have things like the player controller. You can see we have these default classes already assigned. We have this player controller class in here. So these are the default classes that are assigned to it if you don't have a custom one created. And the player controller essentially is what controls the character. The controller is assigned to every player who plays the game. You're going to be using them more if you're creating things like games or interactive experiences that require multiplayer. You'll be using the player controller class because that class is where you'll be storing things like user interface or widgets. You'll create it inside of the controller class. If you're creating things like films or just a single player interactive demo, you might not use the player controller class at all. And then below this, we have things like the game state. So the game state class is, again, more for the game side of Unreal Engine. So you have to remember that Unreal Engine is, or at least was, primarily a game engine. So we have things like these game modes and game states. And these classes are used to store logic for a multiplayer game, where you can have things like the scoring system to show things like, how many kills does a certain player have, current score of the game, and all that stuff. So again, these are primarily used for things like multiplayer games. So depending on your project needs, you may or may not use that class. Then we have things like the player state. Again, this is for multiplayer games. Player state is assigned for every player who joins the game. And you could store things in here, primarily, again, for multiplayer games. If you're going to store stuff like the player name, the player's current score, like their KD, how many kills they have, how many deaths they have, you could store that in this player state class. And then you have things like the spectator class, again, for multiplayer games. If you wanted to spectate other different players, we have the spectator pawn. So this framework where we have this game mode, this player pawn, this player controller, game state, all these different classes are reflective of Unreal Engine's game engine design. So you just need to understand that depending on the project that you are making, you may or may not need to use some of these different classes, because if you're just making something like a single player interactive experience, like for example, if you're creating some sort of 3D environment that you need to show to your client, doesn't need to be multiplayer, all that stuff. You may just need to use things like the third person character blueprint and none of these other different classes. But if you're creating things like a multiplayer game that has scoring, match stats, kills, deaths, all that stuff, you may end up using all these different game mode classes because these are mainly things for creating games inside of the engine. So just understand that the framework is built mainly around...
Hold up. It's getting, I'm just... We're almost done. Almost done. Let me just take off my sweater.
Making
Getting a little warmy warm. I'll pour a little laptop. Getting cooked. I don't even know. How do I even look at with these glasses on? Let me look. How do I look? Oh my god, I look so fucking stupid with them on. My goodness. Well, howdy, fellow nerds. How you doing? My goodness. That big old nerd, that's me. Okay.
in games. So depending on your project, you'll just need to either adapt and use some of the classes, or you might not have to use them at all. So that is all for our Blueprint for Advanced Users tutorial. We covered over Blueprint interfaces and compared them to casting, and we showed you the differences between using interfaces and using casting and why casting can be bad for your project. I showed you many different case scenarios and where you could implement interfaces to retrieve values, to set values, and call different events. And then we went over things like event tick, and all the different tick events inside of the engine. We covered over things like functions, overriding functions, function libraries, and we compare them to things like macros and why you may use functions over macros. And we showed you how to debug Blueprint code, how we could visualize the execution flow on our graph, and how we could view things like the variable values at runtime on our graph. And then lastly, we went over things like the Unreal Engine game framework and all the different classes that are inside the game mode class. If you guys enjoyed this video, make sure you leave a like and consider subscribing for more future content.
Ooh. Oh my goodness. Holy cow. Holy cow. What a crazy what a crazy long video. I do think it was kind of essential because now I understand. So when I go back to the Ryan Laley guy, right? And he's like, okay, we're gonna make arrays. Okay, we're gonna make this. We're gonna make enums and all these other things that he was setting up and doing. I now understand what they do. I now understand their purpose. I get it now. I get what he was trying to do. So something I want to try. Something I want to try while I'm still here. Okay. Is my goal, right? My goal this whole time, for like these last 3 days, is I just want to make a mission system in my game, right? In my game. Now, I think I have all the tools given to me to be able to do that. But I don't know if I was actually properly given all like so okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to take that function that I made. I think I did it on my third person. So okay, we're done with this guy, so we can close this. I subscribe to him. I think he does some pretty decent stuff. He also has a ton of videos that I can probably watch more on my free time. I don't think on the stream. I don't think he pushes any more. No, he does have more tutorials. Infinite level showcase. Navigation link in Unreal System. Mutable character customization plugin in Unreal Engine. Yeah, so he goes over a bunch of Unreal Engine like updates, it looks like, and kind of creating extremely basic. Oh, I mean that's 8 hours long. That's 2 hours. Okay, but we're not. Ooh, multiplayer prop hunt. The multiplayer aspect might be interesting for me, but all I want to do, my only real goal, all I want to do is I'm going to keep this open, but I'm going to open my other one. I want to look at the interact. IA interact. You need to break it down into each tiny component. Right. Well, so like I said, I think I kind of understand the process in which I need to do it, right? I just need to look. I just need to now look at the things I did to be able to like replicate it and put it kind of and connect the things I want to connect, right? So my project now up until midnight. So I've got 9, 10, 11. I've got what, 4 hours until midnight. So I'm gonna take these 4 hours to make it so my interact isn't gonna be that cast system. Now that I know it's incredibly resource demanding. We're gonna move it over this way, please. This way, please. Okay, so unfortunately, I guess I can't have multiple Unreal Engines open. Okay. Because once again, because he didn't teach me that until we got to that advanced one. The immediately, like that basic one he went over was how it was like doing the cast. So like I said, I have a contact here. I'll probably make it a bit different now. And I have this here. I want to make it so that when my character walks up there and I press F, it'll tell me to pick up this item. I know how to set up a UI using the widget system. I know how to make enums and arrays. Now the goal is to look at it and see if I can replicate it in a way. Because it's just easier to teach at the time, regardless of whether it's best practice or not. It's just so newbies can understand the others. Okay. Yeah. It's God, fuck. Okay. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's gonna let me have the other game open while I have this game open. So I can't just like look at the systems and pick and choose what I want. What I could do maybe is I got a notebook here, and a pen. And what I'll do is I'll write down how I did that. That's crazy. Well, it didn't let me keep the other one open. Oh wait, no, I do have it. I do have it. Never mind. I do have it. I do have it. It's right here. I clicked on the web browser. So when my game popped up, but because I clicked on the web browser, this game went behind the web browser. So when I moved my game, I didn't see this one. Okay, so I can look. So it was this IA interact, right? This was. I'll drag this over here because this is what I'm looking at right now. Of course, it doesn't follow the first time, right? So let me pull up, and it was in. We're gonna go content. Interface. BPI interact. I think this is what it was. Oh no. That's right. Okay, so it's actually in a third person section here. It's this one here. And I added a trigger when pressed. Is that all I did? Why? What? Actuation thread 0.5. I don't even think. Insert, delete, duplicate. Okay, so all I literally did was I made this interact option. I said when pressed. But where did I get the value? Where did I dictate E as my interact button? Interact event? No, it's another one of these. It doesn't actually actively do anything. Character reference. Okay, so let me pull up character reference. Inputs is character reference. So all I need to do is look. All I need to do. Fuck, bro. Where did I set that up? When triggered, multi-sphere trace channel, and this is what I did to make it. Did I do anything else on here? Where's my functions? None of these. Camera score needed. How did I... Bruh. What... I forgot. I forgot. I forgot. Okay, so it must not have been in the interact button. I wonder if I set it up in another one and then I'm pulling it from that one. So BPI character. This is also get current balance. Okay, so this was solely created for the money aspect. This was solely created for the money aspect, so I don't really care for that right now. How did I make it so I could walk up to things and press E? How did I make it so I can walk up to things? IA interact. IA interact. Let me open the folder. Okay. Fuck. It had to have been this. It had to have been this. So I'm missing something here. I don't understand. Because it's pulling from character reference. I have no outputs. There's nothing else messed here. I just added character reference. Pass by reference constant. Yeah. All I did was make a character reference. So I thought this was going to be easier. What did I do? How did I do that? How did I set that up? I literally just finished doing this tutorial. How did I actually manage to immediately forget BPI door? What if I go to the door interface, browse asset, door interface. We have the interact event. I need a... So it's an object reference. What did I object reference this from? Select the variables pin type, current character type. Character type object reference. So BPI character. No. What am I referencing this from? I wish I could see what it was currently. And so I must have set up an enum then for this, yeah? There's something I'm missing. I just need to find it. What did we set up? Update balance, get current balance. Once again, that's all about money. Money score needed. Not necessary for what I'm looking for. Event dispatch graph. What dictated E as the... What dictated E to be BP function library? Display name, no, we set that up near the end. That was just for like, I want to make it so that I have my F button as my interact button. I basically want to make it so that when I press F, I spam that. Like AoE thing I did on my mesh. Oh, yeah, maybe. I was really hoping I could figure this out on my own. I'm starting to wonder how much I actually learned. That kind of sucks, but I mean, yeah, it makes sense just to make things easier instead of smashing my face against a brick wall. Let me pull it up.
Hello guys, welcome back to another video. In this video, we will be covering
Half of
everything
Game Dev
you
is
need
just
to know
Googling the
about
problem.
Blueprints as an advanced user.
Okay. Blueprints that uses interfaces. This is where we set up the door. Door blueprint that uses casting. So this is him talking about that creating interact.
We're going to go ahead and add the logic to interact. Now,
Yes.
we're using the enhanced input system. You can see we have these input actions. So we're going to actually create a new input action for interacting. So to create a new input, we want to go to our content browser. And under the third person input, we have this.
Oh my god. What do I have in that file? What do I have in that file? Oh, wrong one. You see how slow it was? Okay, so he went all the way down. Inputs. Actions. IA interact. This is what I was looking for. So where do I dictate the specific key? Oh, watch. I thought I was there. I thought I had it figured out. I was looking in the right place. I just don't have...
folder for actions. And so we have things like jump, look, and move.
Mhm.
And these are the same inputs that we have here on the character graph. So we're just going to create another input like that. So in our content folder,
There's
we
an
can right click
input
and
function.
create a new, under the input, want to create a input action.
Yes.
So select that, and we're going to name this to IA for input action underscore interact.
Okay.
And then just double click, open that up. And for this, under the triggers, you want to add a new trigger.
Pressed.
And under this index, you want to click this drop down and choose the pressed option. Okay?
Yes.
So basically, if we press the interact key, it'll go ahead and trigger this interact input event. We can close out of there. And lastly, we need to back out of this folder and open up our IMC default or our input mapping context default. So double click, open that up. And in here, we have this array. So if you hit the drop down, we have this array of inputs,
Uh-huh.
input action jump.
And so he
Move,
adds
look.
the interact.
If you hit the drop down, you can see the different keys that this input is bound to. So basically this.
Okay, come on. Come on, game. Don't be doing that to me now. So if we go up, back up to inputs, we go in here, open this. IA interact, E. Okay, cool. Okay, so I see it. I see. Okay. Okay. All right, that's what I was missing. So if we go back into my little APB game. We're gonna basically do that. I want to make the interact key, but it's gonna be the F key. So we can set that up right now, and that basically allows the function. So content drawer, we're gonna go. God, I need to clean up all of this, to be honest, because I was following way too many tutorials. No. Input actions. So we're gonna add an input action. We'll do IA. It's gonna be interact, my interact key. Okay. In this, because I can do this, I've learned. I'm gonna go down to triggers, and then I make it a pressed. Okay. Now, these glasses kind of get in the way a little. I don't know if I should keep wearing them. That has been made. Save. Now we're gonna close that and go back up to inputs into IMC default. And this is where we add the function. I hate that it's opening in the second monitor. It was in the mappings. We add an extra mapping. We look for the IA interact. We then want to add a control binding. Oh, never mind, close one. It's going to be F. Keyboard F. Okay. Okay. All right. Save. File. Save all. Save all. Okay. Now I just need something I can interact with. It's just a test to see if it. Okay, it's just a test. Just. So I want to walk up to this thing. So let me find its object. Let me find out where it is in the thing. It's in here. Cylinder. Just a random cylinder. Okay. That was everything, right? That we did. Let me watch that video to make sure that he didn't do some sneaky.
Handling things like binding keys to our inputs.
Because at this point, I could just pull it up. Actually, I think I know how to show if it works or not, right? Because I can go to my third person. Oh my god. Okay. Third person, blueprints, third person. Okay. Oh, you want to see what I did last time? So this is what I worked on last time, by the way. GitHub for UE2 to have everything backed up. Oh, will it save to GitHub? Because I made a GitHub account. So I made this to be able to sprint and have the camera zoom in. I was having a lot of difficulty initially, but I think I fixed it. Did I fix it? I think I fixed it. If I go in, so when I sprint, I move faster and my camera zooms in. Yeah. Oh, it's lagging. Oh my god. I've got 2 Unreal Engines running, so I'm not surprised. But I was having a huge issue because I couldn't spam sprint because sometimes the camera wouldn't zoom in if I would sprint too quick. But it works. I got it to work. This was such a I mean, it was so satisfying to finally get it to work. Yeah, here's a change FOV. Man, wild. Okay. But if I do interact, oh my god, it works. It works. We have it. We have it. I can press E. I can press E on things. And I can make it work. So let me see what I did then. What we did to make. Oh, that's mine. Let me see how we set up the ability to press E and to interact with the nearby stuff. So it's obviously in third person. We go to event graph. We can close. We can close these. Okay. And it's this here. Get actual location and start multi-sphere trace channel with a radius of 100. Draw debug sphere. Return value goes to the branch. And hits goes here. Break hit results, and it's only paying attention to where the actor is. Okay. And when I do that, the same thing should happen. I hope the same thing happens. I'm kind of stressed. I'm a little nervous to see if I can actually do this right. Let's see. We're gonna put that in, and this is gonna be my interact. Interact. Get actor location. This goes into a multi-sphere trace by channel, which is that AOE thing with a radius of 100. Okay, well that's 1,000. Let's not do 1,000. Okay, the return value goes into start and end because I only want there. This makes the draw debug. Oh wait, I don't think I need this debug sphere. The debug sphere is only here for me to visibly see it, right? It's not actually there for actual functionality purposes. I think it's just so I can see it. So I can probably skip this. Not right now, not right now. Yeah, just to see it. Okay. Not right now, but once I get the next part, because I only want today. So that get, what is that get? Get copy. Okay, never mind. I found it. That wasn't even that hard. Actually, nope. We're not going to use you. We're going to use you for the branch. Place you to executable if true. So it's not even a false. Doesn't need to be a false. Okay, so we can kind of push you back a little. Direct event, actor, self. So what we'll do, that interact event. Target BPI interact. I don't have. Okay, so we need to make that. We need to make that. So it's an interactable. So compile and save. It's not gonna work yet, but let me see how I have my folders laid out. Because right now in this game, you can see my stuff is just crazy. I have nonsense. In fact, it's lagging as I even scroll down. Blueprints, interface. Okay, so let me look up content. My stuff, starter content, third person, developers, characters, makers. So let's, what's in new folder? I have nothing in this. Why do I even have this? From the start. Well, I was messing around and it was like, once again, this was like 6 months ago. It probably is laid out in a specific way. But I know I mistyped this and I can't delete it. Or it didn't let me delete it. Yeah, it doesn't delete. Okay. So let me rename it, I guess. Same as new folder. Can I delete the folder? Save. It doesn't update. Okay. So yeah, they're like ghost folders. Because I'm pretty sure if I were to even try to rename them for purposes, it just make a new folder. Mega scans. What was I doing with mega scans? Okay, it was probably for a tutorial. I'll be honest. I think this was for a tutorial. Or I was gonna use them for the roadways and stuff. But I don't think I'm gonna do any visuals. I'm only interested in like making game systems. I don't care about how the way this looks at all. Okay. But I need to figure out how I have this set up so I can start either making folders that make more sense for me right now. That was for that tutorial with Lion Laley. Level prototyping. What is this? Materials. Meshes. Okay, I see. So this is the stuff that shows up. Characters. Right, I just made that when I was trying to do that the other day. Okay. So we're gonna actually delete everything in here. Because that's not gonna work. First delete. Once again, it doesn't disappear. But whatever. Object use or object type? Right. Right, well let's see how well I do with that. But so I'm just gonna do, can I use this folder or is it just gonna make a new folder anyways? Let's do rename. Since it won't go away, we'll see if I can rename it. I'm gonna do this one as well, I guess blueprints, right? Blueprints. Oh nope, it made a new one. Okay. We're gonna make a new folder. This is gonna be for interfaces. I'll just follow the way he has things set up. And then inside the interfaces one, we're gonna make the BPI blueprint interface. BPI. I think it's interact I'm looking for. BPI interact. Hide it. Wait, what was I doing this for again? Oh yeah, interact event, which I need the BPI interact. Okay. Yeah, I am on the right track. So group all assets for a single entity together or group all asset types together. Okay. Well, I'll do cleanup another day, huh? So I can leave this interact event and event side for inputs is a BP third person character object reference. This character reference. Okay, and I think that's all we did for this. Because it just refers to the character. So when I go back here, I'm gonna do is it interact with message? No. Wait. This one. Okay. And then character reference is going to be self. True is the main function. And then we're taking the hit actor. Oops. Not quite there yet. Not quite there yet. I'm skipping this stuff. Break hit result. I want the hit actor goes into target. Then we can close you. You're the only one I'm interested in. Okay. So let me highlight this. Press F to interact. Okay. And I can drag this whole thing. Yeah, buddy. Okay, we have a sprint button. And we have an interact button. Oh, add a comment to how it works, not just title. Oh, how do so? Okay. So how would I set it up then? Can I comment in the box down here or like in these other areas so I can do like step by step? A little paragraph to explain what the nodes are doing. Okay. Okay. I think okay, let me so I'll do something like that, like dot dot. Was it colon? It's colon, right? Semicolon, so something. Semicolon's the one with the dash on the bottom. I think that's a full colon. But let's see. How do I do this? No, it's like a test. I have to explain how I got the answer. Oh my goodness. Using the using the interact was not there. Okay. Third, so input. Okay, I got it. I got it. After making a base input to recognize pressing F. And adjusting adding it to the default mapping. I created a BPI and a interface act. Pull the mapping info. I guess I'll say that, right? To pull the mapping info in order to be able to create the interact function. Fucking wait, no, that's not what I typed. Why did it correct that? In order to create the interact function, to which now using a multisphere trace, which pulls info from the actor location. Oh god, I might need to actually increase the size. Just press C with nothing selected. Oh, okay, right. And then what, attach it over this? Maybe. Actually, this is kind of a good practice because it's like teaching me like actually understand how I set this up. Which pulls info from the actor location. Return value get. In order to know where to look, it then proceeds. I'm going to ignore the debugging. I don't care about the debugging. I'm only cared about how the actual system functions. Debugging is there just so I can see. I'm probably going to get rid of it. It then proceeds to recognizing the condition. So when it hits, okay, in order to know where to look, when it hits another actor, if, wait, basically when it hits another actor, it triggers the interact. Okay. If the sphere hits any other actor, the interact function place. Okay. I think that's the best way to say it. Or the simplest way to say it. Because I don't want to be like, oh, I pull out the array, and then with the array, I then grab the hit actor. But, of course, if it only hits an actor is when the system actually functions with interact. I'll just say, if the sphere hits any other actor, interact function place. Okay. Bam! Okay, so we have the ability to do it. So let me save. Compile, save. If I play, I want to see my F button. Yes. Yes. Fascinating enough, it doesn't stay like his does, but I think I know why. I think I know why. He has a duration. If I make a duration for 1 second, it does what his does. Stays for a second. Okay. Now. Yes. Yes. Okay. All. Oh, what happened to my character? Oh god, both are gone. Oh, that's fine. Very satisfied with that. Okay. So now we got to pull a so I want an actor. So we're going to come up here. So we're going to go to third person. Open the content drawer. Go back to contents. Now, how do I have things set up with this game? Okay. So if we go to blueprints, all of my blueprints have the ATM, the door, the interfaces, the lamp, the machine. Do I just do that? Do I just throw everything in my blueprints one? Or should I do something like characters? Because I have characters here. What's in characters? Oh, of course, John. But I thought I deleted all of this. How come it doesn't delete? Delete folder. Delete. Delete folder. I hate that it doesn't delete anything. Have blueprints grouped or group things by what uses them? By what uses them? Okay. Sure, I'll have blueprints grouped then. Well, this is my current train of thought, I guess, right? So blueprints, we have interfaces, but I'm not too interested in interfaces right now. We go to blueprints. Advanced. Slot machine, lamp, interface. So in here, we'll do a new folder. New folder. This is going to be my character. This will be, what's this? What should I name him? Fuck it. We'll do Mike. Okay. It's going to be Mike. With Mike, I need we're gonna do a new blueprint. A blueprint class of an actor. I'm gonna call this guy Mike or BP. BP underscore Mike. Mike will pull static mesh. Static mesh. I want it to be one of the Unreal. Mannequin. What? I can't pull mannequin? Material. Matinee cam. Dialogue. SM. Did my headset just turn off? Hold on. Hold up. I gotta see something real quick. Can I hear anything?
Hello, guys.
I don't hear shit. Okay, my headset turned off. Okay. Is it charging? Okay. I want like a mannequin static mesh. I want to get a mannequin static mesh, but for some reason it won't. So MA for mannequin. I don't see anything there. Matte static mesh. Beer. One second. Did I delete? Oh my god, I think I deleted all of my mannequin characters. I've got the rig. But I don't have any of the other stuff. Because I fucking did John. And I deleted John. And so all that stuff is gone. What else? I have this one. Okay. We got Manny. We'll pull Manny. Why you know? Let me pull that guy. Guide, arrows, circle, diamond, hexagon, octagon, pin. You know what? Fuck them. I think I know how to make this work. I think I know how to get the fucking. I think I know how to get fucking Manny. Where are you, Manny? We're gonna go Manny simple. Shit. That didn't quite work. Oh, it did work. Okay. We got Manny. We got Manny. So, did I pull the wrong thing? Did I need like was I looking for a skeleton? It says skeletal mesh. This is a static mesh. I think I was looking for the wrong product. So we're going to attach Manny to the default scene. We're going to get rid of the static mesh because I don't really care for that. So we'll delete. So... Oh, I was looking for the wrong thing. Okay. So we got Manny. Alright. See, it's those small details. It's those small details. I suck at small details. Okay, so... Let me look and see how I got the door. Let me look and see. God damn it. I'm trying to drag and drop and it like... Because it's still trying to load. So this door, let me open the browse asset and let me see how I got door interface, this one. Has an echo? Hello. Hold on. Like, how bad is it? I mean, my room is empty as shit. I don't know if I can even do anything about that. Door. Hello. Let me open the browse asset and let me see how I got to the point when I speak too many words at once, it isn't understandable. What? Hold up. Let me see mine. Hello. Oh my god, I can't believe this. Shit. I don't know if I can even do anything about that. Ah! Hello. Let me open the browse asset and let me see how I got. Okay. Well, I don't know. It doesn't sound crazy for me. Like crazy echoey. I'm not sure how to. I'm not sure if I can fix that. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't look like I have an echo. I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay. So let me see how I did the interface door, because there's only one line of code on here, right? Of course, I don't need it. I don't need this because I'm not trying to make the door open or close. Oh, it was you? What was it? Your audio? Did you like have a different type of audio, like surround sound or something on? BP interact. It goes into a flip flop because of course I'm trying to open and close the door. what I want isn't necessarily this. What I want... Actually, none of this line of code I think is going to apply to me. So... Oh, shit. Okay, so what I actually want to do is I want to make it do the one thing I haven't learned how to do yet. Okay, so I've kind of already hit like I accidentally opened your live in another tab. Oh, is that what happens? Oh goodness. Okay. Because what I want to happen when I walk up, what I want to happen when I walk up to Mike is I want to trigger the quest to pick up an item. I want to walk up, I want to press F, it tells me to pick up the item. So what I need to do instead is I need to set up the enum, set up an enum, put this little guy into an enum, and then make it so that I then I never learned how to make a I think I can do it. I just don't know if I have enough information on how to do that yet. Let me try. I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna try. Let me pull up my so this advanced one isn't gonna help me. So let me close it. What I actually need. Don't save any of those changes. What I actually need is I can close this. The intermediate, because intermediate taught me how to list items, how to pick up items, and how to like put it on my character. So I think what I'll do is I'll make it so that when I go to the item, I'll put it in my hand and I'll walk over and then I'll give it to him. I think is what I'll do. I'll make it so that I walk up to the item. So I walk up to him. I need him to tell me to go pick up the item. That's the thing. I didn't get taught how to do quests. I didn't get taught how to set up a quest. But I do have certain things that I know how to do, so let's try to do that. Let me get the things I know what to do that I know will help me. And that is making the enum. That is making the array. Oh my goodness. The lag fest. Okay. So like I said, because in this game as it struggles horrifically to try to run, I can not only pick up a potion. Oh, I kicked it. I like how the mesh doesn't go with the item. So I could still pick it up from there. Scan over it and consume it for the item. If I walk up to here, what I'm interested in is this one in particular, is if I pick it up, I don't really care about it being on a UI interface quite yet. I just want to walk up, press my F key, not my E key, it's E on this, and have it attached to my character in his hand. Right? And then walk over, give it to the guy. So let me see how I set up. Let me see how I set up the enum item type to be able to recognize what these items are. So Okay. We didn't do any event graph stuff. The only thing I needed was item info. Item info comes with the item type, equipable. The enum I'm looking at right now is what gave me that in particular. Of it being equipable, readable. No, so how did I get this? How did I get that? Widget is simply UI. I don't care about that. Item structure here. So we got item type, which goes to that enum. The mesh, the damage. Okay. So I need to make an item structure blueprint interface. Yes? Okay. I see that. That's not blueprint interface. What part am I at? What part am I at? Well, no. So, what? All I'm trying to figure out. I mean, what part am I at? So it says add variable structure. I think this is. I mean, it's S item structure. What part of what I'm trying to do? Okay. I thought you were talking about something different. I apologize. So in order for me to interact with an item, right, I need to have it listed as this stuff. So I'm trying to make that list so that I can then classify this item as something that I can pick up. I want to be able to pick it up. I want to be able to pick up this item. Because I haven't, well, the problem is I haven't quite been taught how to like be given a quest or a mission, right? So I'm not going to worry about that yet. I think I'm going to worry about making the item interactable. And then I'm going to pick up the item and put it on my character. So I need to figure out what this is. And then make that. Let me see how he has this laid out. Structures. Okay. Let me make that in my blueprints. I have all this stuff. I think what I'm going to do, what I might do here, because I don't like this. I don't like having a million items right here. I don't really want to fuck with all these things until I remember what I did. We're going to make a new folder. I'm going to call this main. My main folder. I'm going to put my current blueprints into main. Move here. Save. It doesn't go away. That pisses me off. But if I go in here, I have blueprints, right? Then we're going to go in here and we're going to do new folder. I'll call it structure. And I need to find... It's not interchange. Structure. S. And I'll just do item. I'll follow what he has. Item structure. I'll just follow what I did on the. I'll just follow what I did on the tutorial. Okay. So in content we have main. So from content down to main, we have my current blueprints I'm working on. Which, what the fuck? It's got nothing in there. Oh my god. Kill me. Okay. You have structures, item structure, and then this is where I can add those variables. I need to figure out why why the folders aren't changing or doing anything. It's really upsetting. So item type, I'm not going to worry about item type just yet. I'll set that up later. Actually, it is an enum. That's kind of easy to set up. Main, I'll do enums. Enumeration. It'll be E item type. With this, I can classify things. So I'm just going to follow the basics. I'm not actually going to be using consumables. Oh, actually, APB's got consumables, but I don't use them. So I don't know if I need that. We have equipables, which would be like weapons, and then readable. I'm sure I could find some function for that, I guess, too. Lore, whatever. And that's it. E item type, consumable, equipable, and readable. That is. Did I spell equipable right? I don't know. Okay. With item structure, Boolean is going to actually be E item type, item type, add variable. Then we can go mesh, static mesh. Did I fuck up? Oh, that's right. Object reference. Got it. Okay, I see. This is going to be damage. Which will be integer. Next one. Item name. Text. I don't have an icon. I'm not going to worry about the icons. I'll have it in, but I don't plan on having icons. That would be a 2D texture. Oh, actually, never mind. I think I know what I want to do it for. I gotta go texture 2D. Reference. Item text for like lore and stuff. I get it. I get it. I get it. Text. Last one is item class. BP item master. We're not fucking with that. Or we're not gonna fuck with that one. Okay. This just gives me a way to classify stuff. So now I make an item. So we're gonna save. Oh, sorry. Okay. If I make an item, so resources, item meshes, let's say hatchet. That just pulls up okay. BP item hatchet. In blueprint item. Okay. So now my stomach be grumbling. We'll close Mike. I can't actually do anything with Mike. We gotta get rid of you first. BPI interact, we can close you. Structure and E-type, we are done with you guys, I think. My computer's dying. So main blueprints isn't there. That kind of sucks. I have to go to the main one for my blueprints, which has you. Mike, we'll make a new folder called items. Oh, I'll make the new folder in my newly made blueprints. Actor. BP, and we'll call it pipe. BP pipe. Okay. So it's going to be kind of funny because that item I'm actually going to replace with this item, but I want to add a static mesh. And I mean, I said pipe. I could have done brick. Pick up a brick. Do I have anything that's like a pipe shape? Oh, perfect. Yeah, okay. We have a pipe. And our variables, right? The things I added. Is this really all I added? Oh shit, how do I get enums? Because you have item info and all this. How? Have all that in there. Let me check the item. Let me check the item master. Because I think what I did. Okay, yeah, item master has things. I'll worry about this later. I mean, like making a master. I'm gonna do this now. Oh, careful, hunk. Careful. Okay. So press the E key, cast a third-person character. Of course, we have that system simplified, where all I need to do is make this get picked up by the thing, pick up item event, and then destroy actor. Component begin overlap. Enable input of the player controller. Okay, and then of course end overlap. Now I don't think I have to do a whole lot in terms of the event graph. All I need is my interact. Ah, fuck. Delete. Shit. So it is interact. Right here. Okay. Fuck. Okay. To be honest, I don't know if I even need to put this here now that I think about it. I think it's a different trigger.
So in our case, we want to add actor's location in the world on our door interface, this interact event, which will open or close the door.
Huh?
Interface.
Event interact. Event. Okay, so I do need it. Okay, but that's casting. I don't want casting. Ugh. Okay. Delete. Okay. I'm gonna have 3 Unreal Engine programs running at the exact same time. Oh my god, my computer. I'm so sorry. So one of the things I don't understand specifically is how is it? So default. So the problem is I don't have the item master. So this thing, if I click on the pipe, default scene, I don't have this item info tab. So, okay. BP pipe. So let me, so actually, so I know what I'm doing wrong. I know what I did wrong. To get that, I have to, because I don't have the item master to act as a child. When I go to main structures, item structure, I have to set up this variable or item class. And it's going to be BP pipe. That one's purple. Only purple because it's on a different. Purple because it's on a different. Oh no, that's it. Okay. It's just the monitor is a little bit of a different color. But that's it. Is it it? Yo, that's wicked. That's a crazy difference. But no, that's it. Okay. Okay. So now it should pop up if we save, compile save. I go to BP pipe. Oh, hell. I still don't have mesh damage. Still don't have item type mesh damage. Item name icon. Why? Why? Oh my god, look at how laggy it is. Okay, there we go. I've got this default tab above actor tick. I don't have a default tab. Huh. Okay. Well, damn. Okay, I need to do some research. I'm gonna do some research. I think I'm gonna call the stream here. My project's not working. There's something I didn't do on here that I did do here. I got the item structure set up. I even have item class based off of this specific thing, but I don't have that tab showing up. So what I need to see, once again, it's laid out identical. So what I need to find out is what I did not add that allows these to pop up. So the test structure, I think it's just a showcase. Yeah, it was just a showcase. That's not what I'm looking for. Anything that says test probably isn't going to be what I'm looking for. On the widget, doesn't mean anything to me right now. Structures is once again that. Sources, item meshes, all there. But that's simply for the items. So it'd be in BP item master. That would show me static mesh, default scene root. Got that sphere. E for the event graph, that's not important. Item info is what I'm probably missing. So for the variable, %, that's what I'm missing. S Item structure. Yes! Oh my god, I did it. Oh my fucking god, I did it. Oh my god, I did it. Okay. Okay. We have it. That was a piece that was missing to the puzzle. Okay. So. Holy cow. Holy cow. Holy cow. I can't believe I got that sorted out. All right. So we can go back to item hatchet, which is going to kind of follow a lot of the systems that this has. Okay, I don't really care about the mesh. We're not going to touch the mesh. Damage, I don't care about the damage. You can leave it 0. I'll call this pipe. Okay. Don't care about the icon. Don't care about the text. Item class. Don't care about the item class. We'll do BP pipe. Right. So. Now. This blueprint. Compile and save. I'm going to put in the third person world so we can actually just outright delete this. Delete. Okay. Thank goodness that deletes. What about you? Delete. Okay. Alright. PP pipe. Put it there. Okay. Now. Of course, if I were to play, I still can't pick it up. I don't think I can pick it up still. So I need to figure out how to set the system up to be able to interact with it. And destroy it and put it in my inventory. Without using the BP cast. But utilizing the function I have now. So it's not going to be the hatchet I want to look at. It's going to be item master. It's going to have that specific E, pick up item, pick up so we have the pick up item event, item, oh man. Oh, okay. Well, okay. Not what I'm looking for. So how did I make? What is this? What are you? Not a call function, right? No. So it all starts with this. Add item. So it's a whole function. Okay. Within it, it added an input. For S item structure. Item. Goes down to a branch that goes either true or false. If it's true, the equipable equip item turn value. So if it already has it, it's not already in my inventory. Why am I doing it twice? Go back into spawn actor. Spawn transform location. Okay, so I see what's happening. Okay, so I see what's happening. Get world location. Arrow 1 in front of me. Which it then spawns that item back. So this I'm not too interested in. What goes down false then? That array element. Image. What is my, okay, we have an inventory array. Has the 3 spaces. So we need to add a selected index. Integer. So it looks like I just have it. I don't think I have anything in it. It's just there to keep count. Okay. Variable. Problem is, how much of this goes to the... Because I just want to pick the item up and put it on my character. But it's so ingrained with the UI. Right, This goes to my widget. This is all about the widget. I don't care about the widget. Simply this. You are a function, I'm assuming. Pickup item event. Oh, it's a custom. It's a custom event. Right. I can do that anytime I want, I think. Okay, well. So let me make the array, inventory array, and variables. This is an array. That's item structure array. Okay. None down here. We have. Please compile. Inventory array. The elements. I'll just make one element. I don't need more. That. Pick up the item. Next up is the selected index. Selected index is simply an integer. Nothing else connecting to that. We'll add the variable for selected index. This though, simply an integer. Single. Nothing there. It's just there. When I do the inventory array and the selected index. Have this get. Get a copy. It'll go here. Structure. The only thing it's grabbing is the item class. Is class. That doesn't look right. That just literally doesn't look right. Returns true if A is equal to B. A equals B. This. The bottom is not connected to anything, so I don't know how that works. Like, it literally says equipable. So this isn't the right one. I'm looking for the enum. Oh, that's not right. Ow! That's exactly what I'm looking for. Okay. Literally what I'm looking for. I think that's what I'm looking for. Returns true if A is equal to B. If A is not equal to B. Ah, fuck. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. Enum. Equal enum. So this goes up to equipping the item and then just respawning it in the world. I don't care about that. Goes into setting the array. All I care about then. So this is all fluff work. This is all stuff to like make it all go away. All I actually care about, funny enough, set array element. For at least my project right now, for what I want to do right now. We have the inventory array. We have the selected index. This goes into targeted array, targeted index. You will fly all the way to here. break S item structure. Once again, I don't care about the widget. Oh wait, hold up. Hold up. I don't think I need any more of this. I think I can stop literally right here where I just get the set to the array. Everything down here is for the updating the image. Yeah. Okay. That's my add item. Go back to the event graph. This is in BP third person character. BP third person character. Back to the event graph. I will then do a custom event. Event like this. Add item. Here. New item. What did I do? How did I do that? Control Z. Control Z. Control. Down here in inputs. This item structure. Right. Once again, I don't care about this because this is almost exclusively for the widget. So all I need now, I think, is if I go back to the item master BP pipe, we have that pickup item event. I made it. So all I need. God, I'm so close. I'm so close to doing it just to pick up the item. I just want to pick up the item. IA interact. Interact. IA interact into pick up item. Which is here. Compile. That's why. 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 Pick up. What is this? How do I have this? Literally goes to this custom event. I have the custom event here. So it Man, okay. Well, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna take a break. I'm probably gonna watch some videos while I lay in bed or something. I'm getting. I don't understand. I'm fucking up. Fucking up. I'm fucking up somewhere. Shit. All right, I'll just come back. I'll just come back and fuck with this later, I guess. I'm tired. 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 I'll call it good. I don't understand.